good, isn't it?
Agora actually started in Spain. That's why they use the Spanish name Agora.
I see. Interesting. Now let's proceed on to the third group of speakers. These names are all very, very familiar. Stanley Go, especially, and many others. Looks like a lot of Toastmasters. Ernest, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, actually, I call up many Toastmasters to join the World Speech Day. Some say yes, some say no, some say let me think about it. As you know, World Speech Day, there's a timeline. So as long as they send the speech over a week before, we accept them. But if they send it later, we may not accept them. Of course, some of them are Toastmasters, I agree with you. Very well known. Stanley Go, Raymond Chan, Celia Lim, and even ex-Toastmaster like Philip Chia.
We have actually one division director and one area director among us. That's Raymond Chang and Celia Lim. And our YMCA Toastmasters Club is under that area and under that division.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Interesting.
In fact, Raymond and Celia, they are the best of friends.
Yeah.
Have you heard about from the grapevine?
Yes.
They're getting married soon.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. You are a gossiper, huh?
Well, I'm not, but I can see them on Facebook every day.
I see.
Now, I think they make the good couple.
I see.
Let's enjoy the speeches.
Yes, let's hear from Raymond Chang as the first speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, for World Speech Day 2021, I ask that all of us embrace the concept of die. That's quite shocking, isn't it? Am I asking you to go and die? No, certainly not. I certainly do not want to see anyone committing suicide at the end of my speech. But what I'm saying here is we should all embrace the concepts of D, I, and E: diversity, inclusion, and equity. These three concepts seem very similar, and I would believe that many of us will be very confused over these three concepts. So let me briefly try to unwrap these three concepts. So let us start off with diversity. Now, what is diversity? Very simply put it, diversity is the presence of difference within group setting. So perhaps in your company or even in your organization, there is diversity, be it in terms of gender, be it in terms of race, or be it in terms of religion. The fact that there is a difference within any group setting, that is diversity within it itself. Now let us move on to inclusion. Inclusion is one level higher above diversity. That is to say, people with different identities are being valued. That is, regardless of your identity, you are being valued in your organization. Your voice matters. An analogy that I would give between the difference of diversity and inclusion is quite simply, oh, if you have diversity within your company, it means you are invited to join the party. Perhaps the company is hosting a dance party and it invites all of its employees to join in within this party. Now, inclusion brings that a step further. So let's just say within the party, the company hosts a dancing session. And if the company practices inclusion, you will be included within that dance. So diversity and inclusion, these are two very diverse concepts, and they should not be confused for each other. Now let us move on to the last concept, equity. Equity is an approach that ensures everyone has access to the same opportunities. So that is to say, regardless of your religion, your race, or even your skin color, regardless of whoever you are being judged fairly simply based on your capabilities. Now, in this world, are we are we at a point of time whereby we have fully embraced the DIE concepts? Well, certainly we are making good steps forward. In my country, in Singapore, it is multiracial. At least we are making good steps when it comes to meritocracy. But of course, I'll still dare hazard that discrimination still does exist even in a multicultural society like Singapore. And of course, I am sure discrimination still exists across the world. And just a few weeks back, we have heard the very controversial case of Yoshiro Mori, who is the head of the organizing committee of the Tokyo Olympics. He made a sexist remark saying that women simply talk too much. And of course, this has caused an uproar among those of the female gender simply because that is a very sexist comment, and clearly Yoshiro Mori lives in the yesteryears, and he has still not he still hasn't gotten out of his old mentality, his previous framework, and he stereotypes women to simply perhaps be a housewife or be those who take care of the kids and those who does work in the kitchen. This shows that even in society today, discrimination still exists. We still form stereotypes of a certain group of people. Like, for example, as I just said earlier on, perhaps it is stereotyped that females are supposed to be the one who stays at home, men should be a certain breadwinner, and even within certain occupations, they are more heavily gender stereotyped. It is, for example, perceived that pilots are largely the career of piloting is largely a male dominated one, whereas perhaps for certain careers such as nursing, it is perhaps a female dominated one. So today for World Speech Day, I'm sure this speech alone created by me does not eliminate discrimination, or neither would I say this speech will lead humanity to 100% equity world. This is never going to happen. In fact, my power is limited. In order to stop this inequality in this world, it starts with you. It starts with changing your mindset to embrace equality. Nobody deserves to be judged based on based on her race, his skin color, or maybe even orientation, so to speak. In fact, everybody deserves an equal chance to succeed and to go far in life. And that mentality starts with you. And when that mentality starts with you, influence the person around you to adapt to the same mentality. Influence those around you to make a change, because the whole world is only as strong as its weakest link. So I dare say to all of you out there, ladies and gentlemen, please embrace the concepts of die. Do not commit suicide, but rather embrace diversity, inclusion, and equity. These are three big concepts that are so important in today's world, and we should stop forming stereotypes about certain groups of people. Instead, we should embrace people for who they are, accept differences, because these differences is what makes one unique, one beautiful, and we are all beautifully different. So, ladies and gentlemen, embrace the concept of DIE, embrace diversity, inclusion, and equity. And it starts with you, and I challenge you to make this world a more equitable and better place. With that, thank you very much, and I look forward to creating a better world alongside you.
What is diversity, inclusion, equity? Many companies are now focusing a lot on D&I, diversity and inclusion. What are those? Essentially is to make sure there's indiscriminate hiring, which means employees are assessed based on their experience, their qualifications, and their talent. It's no longer the fact that people don't get hired because you are a certain gender, a certain race, a certain religion, or because you are disabled in any way. More and more companies have realized the need to retain actual talent. So as long as you can do the job, you get the job. It doesn't matter anymore what you are, who you are, where you are, what type you are. That is what diversity is all about. Giving everybody a chance despite what your background is and where you come from. In order to be totally inclusive, this is what companies should do. And this is what we as people, as humans, should do. What is it about diversity that makes everyone so unique? Because all of us are of a different race, a different religion, a different background. We should not be making friends based on benefits, but more of because we just want to meet people, we just want to make friends, and we just want to include everybody who's worth including. So, diversity and inclusion is a very important aspect, especially when it comes to human rights, when it comes to corporate governance, when it comes to the overall project of saving environment, saving the human, the human rights and everything else. Why? In order to diversify business, we need various kinds of people because not everybody knows everything at any one time. Some people are better at this aspect, some people are better at that aspect, some people are people's person, some people would rather be technical. We need experience and talent from all walks of life. Just like as people, we need friends from all walks of life because friends do benefit us. I'm not saying that we have to make friends based on benefits, as I've already mentioned, but the more people you know, the better network you create, and who knows, everyone is interlinked with one another. You help me, I help you, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. You can only do that when you have a wide enough network, and a wide enough network includes people from all walks of life. That's how you diversify. And that's how you do inclusion. Now, where does equity come in? Equity is on how everyone is being judged, or rather, is being treated fairly and impartially. There are so many cases happening around the world where people are being judged or labeled simply because of the color of their skin, or because they stay in a certain neighborhood, or because they're doing a certain job. To be honest, just because you're of a certain color, or dress a certain way, or in a certain job, does not necessarily mean you're definitely somebody to be looked down upon. The richest people are actually the most casually dressed. The richest people are the ones who lead the simplest lives. Do not judge people based on their appearance, or the person they marry, or the person they hang out with. Because who knows, at the end of the day, these are the very people who may end up giving you a job. I remember there is one story. A CEO dressed as a beggar, he went to the park and he started observing people, how they treat others. So he pretended to be injured. All those people who were dressed to the nines rushing into his office, they did not even stop to help him, even though he cried out for help. And then he came across this guy who looked homeless, who was not very well dressed, and who looked as if himself was out of job. He actually stooped down to help the CEO. Well, obviously he didn't know he was a CEO, but he actually stooped down and helped. He helped him up, gave him an apple and said, "Sir, this is the only phone I have, but I think you need any more, so please take it." Now, that guy was impressed. He told this guy who helped him, "Go into that building and come up to the top floor. Say that you are being expected." Obviously, that guy had no idea what happened, but still, he had nothing to do. He went in. The CEO walked in. Everybody who went by him, who was actually interviewing for the job he was offering, all looked at him in shock because they realized that was the guy that they were ostracizing while they were going past. He sent everybody home and said that he's waiting for someone. And then that homeless guy came in. He was surprised, he was shocked, he didn't know what was happening. And the CEO sat him down and told him, "I have a job as a manager. It's yours if you want it." And the guy said, "But why? I'm not qualified. I'm jobless. I have not worked for the longest time. I live on welfare. Why are you hiring me?" And the CEO says, "Yes, you may not be qualified. You probably have not worked for the longest time. But you have something not everybody else can, because you are willing to look beyond appearances and help someone without any hesitation." And ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of people that we should be looking up to and the kind of people that we should be. To look beyond appearances, to help others in need, to go beyond your race, your religion, your background, and just be there for each other. Because that is what diversity and inclusion is all about. You include everybody around you, no matter what, and you treat everybody with equity. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Stanley, and I'm based in Singapore. I have been involved with World Speech Day since inception, and it's been a couple of years already. And it is a platform that was created so that for all of us to have a collective voice, to speak on something that we value, something to share our experiences, and hopefully through our voices, through our speeches, we can make a difference in this life, in everybody's life. We have a better world, a better life, and better beings for everybody. And this year's theme is humanity at crossroads. Diversity, equity, inclusion. In fact, when I look at the theme of this year, it's very timely. It is a very timely reminder to all of us that all living creatures, or even non-living creatures in Earth, as long as it exists in this Earth, it does play an impact in whatever we do. And this also brings me back to an encounter, something like 20, 30 years ago, which actually made me more aware, because in the past, I tend to take things for granted. Whatever I do doesn't really bother the Earth, because Earth is such a huge, vast place, that whatever a little thing that I did will not have any impact on the environment. But I was very wrong. Because during 20, 30 years ago, I encountered an incident that made me more aware of whatever I do. Even minor little actions could have a repercussion years down the road. I would like to share you a story, an incident, an encounter that happens to me. During one of my business trips in India, and of course, during the business day, I finish all my business stuff, and I went to the pub in the night, inside the hotel. We had a small sort of networking session, and I came across a group of very interesting people. They were all scientists, and apparently they were all working for United Nations. And they were actually there having a conference, studying exactly what we're talking about. All the natural disasters, earthquake, typhoon, floods, wildfires, and they were trying to understand whether is human being, or do human beings play a part in creating all these so-called natural disasters. So they were studying like, oil drilling, mining, groundwater depletion from the ground, and all the kind of drilling, all this kind of stuff, and the environmental, side of pollution, all this kind of thing, does it really affect and causes all these natural disaster? And they were trying to share with me something that's so technical in a very layman term. They're talking about how the earth plate shifted. When you drill the oil, the low pressure, the high pressure area where the water will flow to the low pressure, and then how they fill out the gaps, and then certain part of the earth will shift. But he said the kind of shift will only experience a minor tremor, something like about 3 to 4 Richter scale. So it's actually something like you're hacking a wall, so you don't really feel it. But he said over the years, because of butterfly effect, it multiplies. And in fact, they were trying to understand all the natural disasters happening. Are they related in all this? And they were not conclusive, but it was so technical. But what I want to share with you tonight is by one of the participants there. He was actually an observer. He's a scientist, but he studies ecosystem. He's a biologist. He studied ecosystem, and he was there as an observer. Then I had to chat with him, and he has a very interesting topic. He told me that he's there as an observer, but his study is. I asked him why was he there. What is his main job? He told me he's happened to be in India, and his duty is to introduce frogs into the paddy fields. I was just wondering, frogs into the paddy field. Then he said, don't ever underestimate this slimy little thing. It's insignificant in this earth. It does cause major disasters if it's not handled correctly. So I was curious. So I asked him, tell me more. Then he told me, he said, what happened was in India, the farmers they were suffering. They were not getting their crops, the yields were all dropping, the crops were being destroyed, and their earnings were all suffering. And they went to the Indian government for help. And the Indian government looked at it, and then it was beyond their control. So they approached United Nations. And what United Nations did is send a team of scientists inside there to try and investigate what are the causes of these crops, being destroyed, and the yields coming down, and then all these farmers facing hardship. So after extensive study, it took them, I think, years or months or years, and then they came to a conclusion that actually it was the frog. Because of the frog. And I was just curious. It made me more curious, and I want to know more. So how does the frog, play into all this whole thing, Then he said, the frog is actually a very important part of the whole ecosystem in India. Then he explained to me, he said, because you Asians love to eat frog legs. Yeah, I said, yes, it is quite true, because if I can go down to Geylang or any food store, you can see people selling frog legs, porridge, clay pot frogs, all kinds of frog dishes. I said, yeah, true. He said, because Asians love to eat frogs, including people in Taiwan, in China, in Hong Kong. So what the Indians did was all the Indian young farmers will go to the paddy field and catch all the frogs. And they re-export them to all these Asian countries. And as months, years goes by, the volume of the frogs depleted because of this frequent catching and catching and catching. So when the frogs volume depleted, quantity depleted, the snakes which used to be coexist, and the food of the snakes will be the frogs and the rats. So when the frogs volume came down, suddenly the snakes food, they have a lack. So they started migrating to look for new areas for food. So when the snakes start migrating, it becomes a heaven for the rats. And over the months and years, the rats multiply. Without any natural enemy, they multiply. And when they multiply, they start eating up all the paddies. They destroy all the crops. So this was a conclusion that the scientists, after study concluded that the whole ecosystem was out of place. And that was why the whole thing just collapsed. So what the scientists are trying to do is to rebalance back the ecosystem. And what they did is they decided to introduce frogs back, and hopefully Mother Nature will take care of the rest, to look after itself, and ecosystem will come back. And of course, they also explain the whole thing to the farmers, make sure that they don't catch the frogs that is being introduced back into the nature. And it was something that is pretty interesting, and I was just amazed. Wow, I didn't realize that. So from there on, whenever I told all my friends, when you go down to order a bowl of frog porridge, before you put it into your mouth, think about it, be more aware. You should ask the hawker, where do you get the frogs from? If he tell you it's from a farm, a sustainable farm, then it's okay to eat it. But he said it's not from a war, boycott the farmer, because you never know the butterfly effect. And in fact, the whole evening they were talking about butterfly effects. And it is things that, these are things that, and they relate all this to natural disasters. And what you can see today, natural disasters, all the disease, all the viruses, all that, because of the result of this. And thus human does play a very, very crucial point in creating all this trouble. So I learned a lot during the evening, So I start reminding all my friends, be very careful, because every living creature in this earth, what we call it diversity, very diverse. We have a very diverse world, and they have equal right to stay in this, equal right to occupy space on this earth, and also inclusion. We have to include all living creatures, be part, coexist in this ecosystem. Right? Because as a Mother Nature has a wonderful way of making things, and it's so wonderful. And something that I recall, in fact, he had to talk with one of the scientists. I didn't verify the facts, but it was told by him, so I believe her. What he told me that Kevlar, Kevlar is one of the toughest fiber, the so-called something like plastic that man created. And to make Kevlar, you need to something like heat up 1,000 degrees of sulfuric acid or something like that. I forgot what was it, but something like that to create Kevlar. And Kevlar is tougher than steel. And then she related to me that, do you know a spider web in terms of strength comparison, in terms of, if you compare the strength in terms of volume, spider web is 1,000 times stronger than Kevlar. And yet spiders don't need all kinds of equipment. Spiders just eat insects through the system. They came out with something that's much, much stronger than steel. So you see, the message of this year's message is, diversity, equity, inclusive. And even a tiny little spider does wonders for the environment. They help to get rid of insects, a better ecosystem. So we as human beings should play our part. So that's why I said it's very timely that this message, this year's theme is very, very timely. Reminder that let's be more aware that all creatures, living or dead, does play a part on this earth. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Raymond Yap from Singapore. So I would like to share with all of you a topic that is very much on my heart. Is called respect diversity. Recently, I have been involving in quite a number of projects and in touch with people from different walks of life. I have immigrants, and I call them the new immigrants from China, from India, from Philippines, from Indonesia, all coming to Singapore to work. Some just as the foreign talent, some already been many years in Singapore and became Singapore PR. However, I have seen that there's still a lot of different treatments, different responses from, we call the homegrown Singaporean towards these groups of the new Singapore citizens or the PR or the foreign talents. Let me give you some examples that whenever they even went to the restaurants to eat or interaction with some of the Chinese, the Chinese immigrants. So many times that we have a different kind of remark and on them. All right. So likewise, that when I also have interactions with people that from Philippines in different occasions, sometimes that in the clinic when I went to see doctor, and we have many nurses that from Philippines. So again, I see that there is a different response from our Singaporean to this group of peoples and friends that working very closely side by side. So some are just already a PR, some is just as a workers here. Yeah. So I also noticed that one very interesting phenomenon is that in the past we have these clan or associations, for example, Teochew associations, Hokkien associations, or the clan is to set up to help the immigrants from Singapore, from China, that when they come to Singapore, to help these peoples and to establish, to adjust to the Singapore environment. I noticed that now the new generation of the immigrants from China, from Philippines, from Bangladesh, from India, they also do have a similar kind of setup. Strangely, that this new generation of immigrants, they did not join the earliest kind of clans or association to help them. Instead, that they set up a new one. So I felt that this part of having very much of small group of looking after their own interests become very silo, and there's a lot of competitions of resources within Singapore. Resources in the sense of infrastructure, money, talents to look after this group of peoples. Yeah. So I feel that to respect the diversity is very important, that all coming from different country, different culture, different purpose, but they're all coming to here together. And I have this little object metaphor that I feel that this is a very good object that helped me to look at this part of diversity issues. So if you look at this object, is called tetrahedron, and every surface is a triangle, and every triangle is the same size, same shapes. So I felt that so this is a metaphor to remind me, and also that I thought that it's also good that for all of us, that if we could use this as a metaphor, that regardless of where they come from, and we are all should be the same, and we come together, become a Singapore citizens or the Singaporeans, and then respect diversity. And if you look at this object, it's also very interesting phenomenon. Is every surface we touch the other three surfaces. They also give me a very good reminder that we need to work interdependently, so we support one another. Yeah, so it's not about where they come from in the past, but now all in Singapore we should work interdependently. Yeah. And another phenomenon is that if this object is, no matter how you turn it, how you put it, is always very stable. So they also felt that if we could respect the diversity, treat everyone equal and the same, and work interdependently, touching each other, and that become very sustainable, so that our country can become a very sustainable country, and so that it will help us to look after everybody's interests. Yeah. So that's my thought about respect diversity, work interdependently, and so that our society can become more sustainable. So this is my thought about respecting diversity in Singapore. With that, I thank you for listening to my sharing.
Humanity is human kindness by nature. This human feeling and kindness is even more relevant, more required, and demand exacting during the current dark times of the merciless and punishing COVID pandemic. The respect for human beings can be a logical culmination of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This humanity is regardless of age, race, religion, current life placements, etc., for fairness and for balance, etc. And finally, the physical and mental disability, minority groups, etc., as regardless. We must learn to live at peace with one another in a diverse world. Some racially segregated, some religiously deep-rooted, and some intensely competed for influence in geopolitical regions, etc. Religion. Last year, in 2020, a French school teacher, Mr. Paty, taught in a junior high school not far from Paris. Teaching in class on freedom of expression, he showed his students two cartoons of Prophet Muhammad from Charlie Hebdo newspaper in bad days. Some students and their parents were unhappy. On 16 October 2020, an 18-year-old Muslim from Russia went to Mr. Paty's school and killed him. He was shot dead by police. The main question is, freedom of expression does not include the right to slander any religion. Minority race. America is a big country with many contrasts. Policing is a local responsibility. Unfortunately, it is true that there are white racists serving as police officers. The killing of Mr. George Floyd by the police in Minneapolis was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. He died after a white policeman put a knee on his neck while lying on the ground in a chokehold that lasted 8 minutes and 46 seconds, captured on camera. America's Black Lives Matter is a resulting response to the fact that in recent years, many innocent and unarmed Black minorities had been killed by white racists. Geopolitical influence. In South China Sea, a big challenge is posed by intense competition for influence within the US and China, putting the surrounding country, especially ASEAN, under threat. ASEAN countries have to stay neutral and united as a group. Of course, individual countries can decide to be closer to one great power or the other, However, as a group, ASEAN must maintain unity and neutrality to be of value and reverence to the world. We must show tolerance and respect for the belief of others in material of religion, race, numbers, politics, etc. For sharing, I'm a member of the Junior Chamber International, JCI in short. The sharing is the JCI Creed adopted way back in 1948, but still relevant and applicable for use today. This creed is a 6-line statement of beliefs and principles of the JCI movement across over 130 countries. The sixth and final tenet is that service to humanity is the best work of life. Subscribing to this creed, the JCI members of the worldwide organization aspire to live our lives unselfishly, growing and become richer, deeper, and fuller. Therefore, joy is more enduring and peace of mind more certain. Such a life as individual is benefactor to the human race, but a greater benefit is his own life. By such service to humanity in deed and in actions, will then have these words and belief become fresh. So, for reset after COVID pandemic, display and act on service to humanity, encompassing diversity, equity, and inclusion for a future and better world. Thank you.
Humanity at the crossroads. The human brain is the largest in the animal kingdom, and one of the special features is the speech faculty. This causes man to communicate ideas between one another. This enables him to dominate all living creatures on this planet. Since the invention of the internet, communications by verbal and written spread at a frenzied speed across the globe within hours or less. Communication used in the wrong way, it becomes propaganda. Propaganda is a dangerous tool in the hands of the ruthless people. Propaganda spread falsehood, hatred, and terror, and is one of the most wicked destructions of mankind. It has horrible and destructive effects. In the interest of peace, all nations must eliminate their propaganda departments and replace them with the information department that broadcasts nothing but the truth, friendship, peace, harmony, and goodwill. Propaganda distracts the attention of the people from concentrating on their own internal problems and causes them to deviate from the goals of progress and achievements. You see this happening around. It sows seeds of discord, fear, suspicion, and despair. It demoralizes nations and paralyzes the will and courage it creates violent agitation, confusion, and chaos. This is what has happened to nations who participate in propaganda in the cold and hot wars. They will come to an untimely end, bankrupt and chaos, and will move rapidly to war. Propaganda, cold wars, hot wars, and drugs are going to bring with the largest of destruction that this world has ever known. It is extremely difficult to escape the repeated propaganda of everyday life. Even when our critical minds reject the negative inflows, they will still seduce us into what our intellect tells us it is stupid. Man no longer thinks in personal values, following his own conscience and ethical evaluation. He thinks in values brought to him by the mass and social media. Headlines in the morning newspaper give him his temporary political outlook. The radio and the social media blast into his ears. The television gives him continuous bombardment. He may protest against this propaganda, but nevertheless, the suggestions ooze into his mental system. The threat is by the governments of nations who are playing power politics. This makes man helpless. In no way can he defend himself against all sorts of danger. It is around him, all in the mass media, in speeches, pamphlets, posters, billboards, and radio and television shows. This is brainwashing. The will of values of the people will be the same as their leaders. This indicates how important it is who is directing the tools and machines of public opinion. Tyranny and dictatorship will take place in America. The recent mob attacks on the Capitol and many of the other major countries of the world. In order to keep up the prestige and keep the minds of the people off domestic problems, there will be threats made by international leaders against one another until one day in the 21st century, the trouble will really start. There will be the massacre of millions of innocent people. Human lives become political pawns, and the destruction of many cities. The governments of the warring nation would make mankind in this planet come to an end. All this must be prevented. The only way to stop the nations from the hideous power play, a religious revival will not be enough to stop those ruthless, ambitious men from wanting to create a power struggle that will bring destruction to humanity. This must be stopped unless we go down the drain.
In every organization, body, and society, we have people coming from different personal and professional backgrounds. For example, people can come from different age groups, ranging from seniors to youth. People can also come from different professions, from social workers to corporate executives. People can be of different beliefs, different ethnic groups, different income groups, and many more. Therefore, no matter who we are, where we come from, what we are doing, it is important for us to respect everyone. It's important for us to accept that everyone has a role to play and everyone has something that they can bring to the table. Let me now share my personal experiences with regards to diversity. I am the president of a school alumni society. In my society, I have alumni members from different backgrounds, different professions, different ethnicity and religion, different age groups, different interests, and so on. This applies especially to my executive committee members. Given that I have to work with and alongside my executive committee for the term to serve our alumni members, it's important for me to be mindful of these differences. I remember one particular Friday. It was just like any other Friday where we had our EXCO meetings to discuss matters and plan events. During our afternoon meeting to make final plans and arrangements for our event the following day, one of my members came up to me during the meeting. He asked me why the catered Western lunch for the committee members was halal, because he told me he wanted to have pork chop. He also asked me why we were taking a break at about 1 p.m. Just as the momentum was picking up and just as we were about to finish tying up loose ends for our event happening the following day. I then pulled him aside for a short talk. I explained to him that in our executive committee and in our event planning committee, we had team members who were Malays. Therefore, in order to cater to everyone in the group, especially to their dietary needs, the food had to be halal. And in addition, the Malay gentlemen in our committee also had to be at the mosque every Friday afternoon for their prayers. Therefore, the scheduled break was to cater to their religious needs and practices. I'm glad that even as this event committee member had some doubts and queries, he did not openly confront the group, which would have caused conflict and tension. Instead, this event committee member talked to me one-on-one, giving me the chance to share with him and address his doubts in a polite manner. I am also glad that he was open-minded enough to listen to me and to be more accepting of the different practices of various ethnic groups. To conclude, throughout my own experiences, I have seen the importance of diversity, the importance of valuing every member of society, and the importance of being open-minded. I believe that these are important qualities that will stand us in good stead as we confront the challenges and crossroads that humanity will be facing in the current era. I'm Aaron. Thank you for listening.
Dear friends, I'm Jackson. I'm the founder and CEO of Phoenix Consulting Group, a company I started in 1989. I dropped out from National University of Singapore in my third year. I was the first batch of computer science students in Singapore. My first computer was Apple IIe. My hero, of course, was Steve Jobs. Mind you, Steve Jobs before iPhone, iPad, it was the brash Steve Jobs together with Steve Wozniak. They rocked the world by creating Apple. Dear friends, over 30 years of my life now as a software programmer, designer, and subsequently a management consultant, I ask myself, the late Steve Jobs is now widely renowned, revered. It's a corporate leader par excellence, but it didn't start out like that. He was brash, he was unreasonable, he was cocky. Today, as we talk about leadership, which is such a profound subject, I ask myself, in different arenas, we're all leaders in our own way. And tonight, on this platform, my good friend, Dr. Ernest Chen, let's get personal and use him as an example to highlight the title of my speech. What does leadership mean to you? What is a leader to you? Dear friends, we embrace diversity because, as our names show, we are all different. If we cannot appreciate, respect that difference, then our view is pretty narrow. A leader may be a mover, a shaker of events. A leader like Ernest is a mover and shaker of the spirit within you. He arouses you, he appeals to your higher instincts. He raises your spirit, he helps you see beyond your horizon. There are all kinds of leaders, and many a times in the 21st century, we associate action, result. All those are important. But just because a friend don't have the means to lend you that 1,000 loan, but he cares for you more than probably people richer than him, doesn't diminish the value of his friendship. Dear friends, action and result depend on many factors, some within our immediate control, some beyond our control. But to me, a leader gives you, shows you the way, believes in you, is that beacon of hope you see in this VUCA world, where sometimes the storms are totally very, very formidable. Too short a time in 5 to 7 minutes. But remember, if you believe, it is a start state of everything. You are a leader. Look into the mirror, repeat to yourself, I am a leader. Every morning you can choose to lie still or you can wake up. You lead your life. You can change the world. And let me tell you my version. You change your world. You matter to the people who love you. You matter. Therefore, you don't have to be a hero of the stature of John Kennedy, Obama. Just be. Just be. Lead your life, live your dreams, exercise your freedom of choice to live a life of conviction, of passion. Make the difference to the people around you. Instead of criticizing each and everything and have an opinion on everything, be the change you want to see. Beyond the cliches of words, which you all love. We're all wordsmiths of sorts. But words are merely expression of meaning. The meaning of your life, the meaning of the leader in you, is that leader of meaning to yourself for a start and to the people around you. You define the meaning. For all life, beyond a point, is really a search for meaning. This project that started with SG50 Marathon Speech in 2015, leading on to the first World Speech Day in 2016, and in its current edition, is the collective effort of a group of people spearheaded by one or two. They make the difference because they believe they started, they lead. To Dr. Ernest Chen and his gang of merry men, thank you for doing this. And my business will prosper because I believe it will. On that note, may the leader in you all come forth. Do your bit for yourself, your loved ones, and your fellow men. I wish you all a safe and prosperous Lunar New Year in the Year of Ox. Good evening. Back to you. Thank you.
I am an idealist. No apologies. Ideals are my soul. The qualities of mercy, justice, and equality permeate me. The pain comes when my ideals get trampled on, because my soul gets stepped on too. And my soul is the true inner man. I hurt so much when my ideals, which are my bread and butter, are being trampled on. Because my ideals are so vital to me, I want to do research in these areas. What is mercy and justice? What is the soul? Who is God? What is the meaning of life? What is truth? What are wisdom, benevolence, and courage? These questions are not lone voices crying out in the wilderness. They are questions that have been asked by pesky people all through the ages. Only by knowing the true Platonic form of my ideals can I apply theory into practice and lead a life of genuine benevolence and courage. Without the research, I do not know the true form of my ideals. I cannot properly implement these concepts into daily life. Help me. Sponsor me on my quest. Give me time needed to do the research. I can't promise results. Research has never been result-oriented. It is the process that counts. How is one to guarantee that one can ever come to a conclusion about the meaning of life, meaning of success, and the meaning of failure? I ardently need to know what justice, equality, mercy are, what the Platonic forms of wisdom, benevolence, and courage truly are. Man, I confess, cannot live on love and fresh air alone, but I would gladly do my research for free. I really would. It is about time people took notice of ideals. After all, in the pledge is not our democratic society said to be based on justice and equality, and is not mercy something worthwhile in and of itself? After economic and academic success, what then? Are we going to rest on our laurels and say no more? We have reached the pinnacle of success. There is nothing more to do. I suggest that in the realms of spirit and emotion, we as a nation have a long way to go. Does our society make space for spiritual experiences? Does our society appreciate the value of tears? Or does our society relegate things of spirit and emotion to the backwaters of Never Never Land, saying that such things belong only in the Don Quixote land of windmills and gallant ne'er-do-wells? The composers of long ago and even today experienced the depths of despair and the heights of elation. Were they not? They were relegated to the backwaters of life. Is that what our society wants to do with its spiritually minded members? After all, things of the spirit don't count. Only economic and academic success does. The spiritual and the emotional form the minority. Or do they really form the minority? Does not every man have a spirit and soul? And as we all well know, in the land of giants, only the giants count. Only the majority counts. But what if, heaven forbid the thought, the majority are the ones lacking something, or worse still, the majority is wrong, to neglect the spirit and soul of man? What I propose is research into things vital to the heart, mind, and soul of man, things like theology and philosophy. If I could get a grant, I would study comparative religion and philosophy of religion for as long as it takes. I pledge dedication to the research process, if not the confirmed results. What is true research but a searching into universal knowledge to come up with universal truths that man in his soul and spirit can live on? If money is the bread and butter issue in the economic realm, then things like mercy, justice, and equality are the bread and butter issues on the spiritual realm. I beg for time to do the work so vital to the spirit of man. I ask you, the person or persons with authority, to please practice agape love, God's love. to give without expectation of being rewarded in return. I don't ask for much, just enough to get books and satisfy my basic needs, and time to digest and learn. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leong Chui Ping from Singapore. What I'd like to talk about is diversity in medical treatment. I'd like to talk about self-healing. There are many types of medical treatment all over the world, but there's been very little talk about self-treatment. During the past 30, 40 years, I've been studying self-treatment because I'm so allergic. Today, I go and see the doctor, I take medication, and next day, I will tell the doctor I have to stop because I'm allergic. So that set me looking for alternative treatments. And the first that I found was reflexology. So I'd like to share with you how reflexology can relieve headaches without drugs. When all of us have experienced headaches, stiff neck, stiff shoulders, and what do? We pop a pill and it goes off. But I'm going to share with you a very simple way where you don't need drugs. And this is tried and tested for the past 30, 40 years. I am what I call a capo reflexologist. I'm not practicing reflexology. I'm a capo. Capo means busybody, because if you have a headache, okay, come. Give me your hand. I will relieve your headache. And I have relieved countless headaches, stiff neck, stiff shoulders. It's very simple. In reflexology, the thumbs and the big toes represent the head. Now, I can't show on the legs, on the toes, but I can do this. So this is actually our head. And a lot of the time when we have a headache or stiff neck, it's because when we have a headache, it's because of stiff neck, okay? So what do? We should shake the head, right? But we can't take our head and shake it. So, but the thing that we can do is we can shake this. Hold the base of the thumb, which is the base of the neck. Shake. So it's like taking the head and shaking it, okay? And you may not believe it, the headache will go off. So if it's, I'm talking about a simple headache, not like migraine or whatever. I first discovered this with my colleague. She said, Miss Leong, every day I have a headache. So I say, you want to try my method? So I took her thumb and I just shook it. I just shook it. And then I shook it a few times and she said, Miss Leong, my headache no more. I was very amazed. And I actually didn't believe it. But I went on to try with other people. And the result is the same. Now, the other way you can do is, this is taking the head and shaking it. The other way is to twirl the head around. So when you twirl your thumb around, is equivalent to twirling your head around, okay? And and very often, most of the time, in fact, the headache will go off, the stiff neck, because when you shake this, it's like shaking your neck, and this will go off. And shoulders, we also have stiff shoulders, okay? So this is actually the shoulders. So you can massage this, or you can pull your fingers back. It's easier if you can pull your toes back, or you can use, I got a stick here, but you can use a pen, okay? You can just roll it, and that will relieve your stiff shoulders. Now, seems too good to be true, right? But you may try it, and I can almost guarantee you that your headache, your stiff neck, your stiff shoulders will go off. Thank you.
Hi, dear friends. My name is Simone. I'm a life coach. What I do is I help people or any individual who are facing personal life problems, life issues, and challenges in life. What I do is to help them to retain and maintain happiness. So what is happiness? What is happiness? Is it a humanity at a crossroad? Humanity at a crossroad. What does it mean to me? And what does it mean to you? Well, there are three questions that I ponder in life. One, why are we born here on this earth? What is the meaning of life? What is your life purpose? And what is the crossroad? With these three questions, many often I do have people coming across with their challenges in life. And I like to put this here in this message across the world to understand the simplicity of life. Happiness, love. That's what all we want here in this life. So when this first question that I ask, why are we born here? Why are we born to be human? Humanity. What is humanity? Is it a reincarnation? Or is it education? Or is it a university for you to be enlightened? And then what's the meaning of your life here on earth? What is your life purpose? Is it to be justice in whatever you achieve in life? You want to get credit, accreditation? Or is there something more than just life? From the time we're born to the time we end our life here. So what is life exactly? With all the achievements, qualifications, justice, injustice? Well, there comes a time, there is a crossroad. So what is the crossroad? We have a road here on this earth, and we have a road out of this earth. So we talk about ourselves, a human. A human has three components: body, mind, and soul. But in our life, are we able to align the three components here on this earth? What is mind? What is our body? And what is our soul? 3 to 5 things are integrated together to form our physiology. Mental happiness, the health of your mental, your emotion, your physical, your social, and spiritual. Are we aligned in that order to be able to feel the true happiness at all the 5 components of our life? These are the stages that we encounter. And this is also a part of our suffering. From suffering, we move over to happiness. But are we going to have happiness all the time? Only at some point of time, perhaps. But I think in most of the time, we do suffer in many ways, whether it's mental suffering, emotional or physical, or even your social. What about the spiritual? You may ask, where is happiness at the end of this day? Happiness is self-created. Maybe a question you can ask yourself, is this between yin and yang? Are you an angel or are you a devil?
Or both.
Or both, yes. Well, I think we carry both. Yeah, we carry that whole entire soul of black and white, the angel and the devil in you. Why I say that? Well, it's a matter of competencies. Whichever religion, regardless of race, religion, culture we are in, there are commandments to fulfill. There are competencies to fulfill before we go to the next level of spirituality. That is called the crossroad. The crossroad junction is either here on earth or outside the earth. We call eternal life. Is there a life after that? Yes, there is. But how do we achieve the quality of life after death? Where are we? Which position are we? So in order to purify your life is to overcome the darkness, the yin and yang. To convert, are you conversion of purifying your soul with a full white purity? Or are you covered with 3/4 of impurity right now? Or 50% of impurity? Or 30% of impurity? Or no impurity? That is the absolute perfect soul. So to say your soul, where will your soul go? Well, you decide. It's either heaven or hell, yin and yang again. So if your soul is pure, if it's pure, it's light. 100% pure, you float, you go up to heaven. If you're burdened with a heavy baggages of impurity, where will you go? You think about it. So humanity at a crossroad is not only here on earth, but it exists on the other world. There's a crossroad for you to decide your destination. So when I coach or when I talk to people, they came to me with many problems. For example, here on earth, employer-employee work conflicts. For example, family, husband and wife. It's all about duality. Why? It all boils down to communication. The level of communication, the level of understanding, comes to the 8 components. First, morality, having the right speech, right action, right thoughts. It's all from the mind. Second, the way is understanding, wisdom, how well you understand, having the right understanding and aspiration in your life. And able to put the context into the environment, putting the right effort at work, having right mindfulness with the surrounding, the people around you, able to understand them, give them a perspective of the righteousness, respect. In the commandments, we have respect your parents, respect God. These are the good morality. And in the second half of the commandment, it says, avoid hurting people, avoid extramarital affairs, avoid stealing, avoid killing, avoid lying, avoid being jealous. the impurities are these baggages. Being faithful to God, whichever religion you believe in, is walking the right path. Having life here on earth, we are very privileged to be given a life, air to breathe. And what are we here to do? There's a mission for each and every one of us. You think about it. What would you like to contribute to this world? To make earth a heaven on earth. And heaven on earth is humanity at this crossroad. Humanity to bring happiness to people all around the world, to fulfill that life mission, to fulfill what God wants us to perform, to pass the test, and we will go to the own right destination. I hope this speech will enlighten your life better to fulfill true happiness for not yourself, but for every one of us here on this earth. Thank you.
In 2008, whilst traveling in a Southeast Asian country, I came across a boy not more than 8 to 10 years old. He was standing at the gap where cars would make a U-turn. The traffic on both sides of the divider were heavy. It would take a long time for you to make a U-turn if the car drivers do not give way. There was this boy, late at night, barely taller than a car bonnet, standing in front of oncoming traffic to stop the traffic and allow the cars from this side to make a U-turn to the other side. The drivers could barely see him with the headlights on until they are almost a few meters away from him. In return for his bravery, he collected a few cents, a few coins from grateful drivers who made a U-turn. Now, did he survive? Is he still alive? Was he knocked down by any vehicle? Did he breathe in all the fumes from all the traffic and cause him to be sick? His family could not afford to send him to school, because sending him to school means that the family loses a source of income. He had no time to work, no time to learn, as he had worked long hours to bring food to the table. And no teacher will risk their life to teach him at his place of work. Because of his low level of education, he could not aspire to do better. He loses the ability to earn a higher income. And the cycle of poverty continues for him and his children after him. How can he break out of the cycle of poverty and improve his life? There is a powerful tool we all have. We have it with us all the time. We cannot live without it. It is the humble mobile phone. You can use the phone to learn anything, anytime, anywhere. The mobile phone is used by billions of people around the world to watch movies, listen to music, and to play games. The cost of buying a phone is getting lower and lower. In fact, you can get a phone for free if you subscribe to a line. And for the financially challenged individuals, telcos will be happy to waive these airtime charges, as this is part of their corporate social responsibility. With a phone, the child can access many learning resources on the internet for free. Instead of going to his teacher, going to school to see his teacher, the teacher comes to see him. By watching entertaining educational videos produced by many teachers around the world, he can learn and apply knowledge immediately, like produce a lighted stop sign to make it safer for him to stop traffic. Learning on the phone can be just as engaging as playing games, watching movies, or listening to music. While the child is having a break from work, these videos broaden his perspective and inspire him to aim higher. Learning can be a game, where the more videos you watch, the more points you receive. Where the more learning games you play, the higher the level you achieve, the more points you get. And you can exchange these points for gifts, goods, and services. Now learning is not seen as a waste of money. It is a source of income and a ticket out of poverty. The world is in your hands. Grab it and the future is yours.
My nationality is the best. Not only is my nationality the best, but this particular state where I was born is the best. My race is the best. And of course, my religion is the best. Not only is my religion the best, but this particular denomination in which I was born is the best. My caste is the best. My ethnical cuisine is the best. My mother tongue is, of course, the best. And the list goes on. We human beings enjoy exclusivity and like to believe that we are special and superior to others. Yet, such prejudices of race, creed, ethnicity, religion, nationality lead to afflictions and adversities, raging of wars and bloodshed that mankind has witnessed over the centuries. It's true that differences do exist in the material world. No two lives are the same. Yet, unfortunately, we take our diversity as an excuse for discriminating, for hating, for killing each other. Humanity today stands at the crossroads. Can we possibly tread a different path for the sake of our children and our children's children? We clearly need to move forward in the direction of unity in diversity, equity, and inclusivity, and forge peace and harmony among people of diverse races, religions, and nationalities. But how? As a follower of Baha'u'llah, the glory of God, the founder of the Baha'i faith, I believe that the right spiritual education is the key. Unity can be accomplished today because humanity has reached the age of maturity. We can and need to accept that we are all creations of one God. To treasure the essential oneness of humanity and to understand the progressive nature of the revelation of God through the divine educators sent to us from age to age. Baha'u'llah states, the well-being of mankind, its peace and security are unattainable unless and until its unity is firmly established. But what can I do? as an individual to contribute to unity in diversity, equity, and inclusivity. At the individual level, I need to cultivate a pure, kindly, and radiant heart, and to eliminate all kinds of prejudice. I need to be fair-minded, to see with my own eyes and hear with my own ears, to act based on my own knowledge and not through the knowledge of others. When I meet people of races, nationalities, religions, and opinions different from my own, I choose not to allow these differences to become barriers between us. I think of them as different colored roses growing in the beautiful garden of humanity. And I'm glad to be one such rose among them. My interactions with others should be based on the principle of love and mercy. Yet, at the collective level, this must be based on the principle of equity and justice. Justice is a universal quality, and human efforts in their entirety should follow the rules of justice, so that the right of every person is safeguarded, so that everyone has a voice, so that everyone has enough to fulfill the basic needs of life: food, shelter, and a decent education. In the human body, if one member of the body is afflicted, is in pain or distress, all the other parts and members of the body inevitably suffer. For example, if you have a toothache or a pain in your nail, other parts cannot have ease either. Similarly, we all belong to the body of humanity. If some in our community are afflicted with injustice, how can the rest of the community be at ease? Each and every member of society should enjoy the benefits of this world in order for the body of humanity to be happy. Humanity has grown and developed through the ages. Today, we have reached a population of 8 billion, with the greatest diversity ever experienced in the history of the world. It now stands at the crossroads. It has the choice to continue to tread the path of exclusivity, otherness, prejudice, hatred, war, and destruction, or tread a new path that leads in the direction of unity in diversity, equity, and inclusion, forging peace and harmony among peoples of diverse races, religions, and nationalities. The choice is ours.
Actually, take the best of everything.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, I hope you have enjoyed this wonderful 13 speakers from the third group. Now we're going to have a big shift. And we're going to get Mandarin speakers from Toastmasters Club in Singapore. Of course, this is led by my good friend, Desmond Wong. And ladies and gentlemen, Ernest Chen will probably have some words to talk about the Mandarin groups in Singapore. Ernest Chen.
Thank you, Ban Sing. In Singapore, you cannot leave out Chinese because 76% of population, they are Chinese. But then many people, they are very passionate about using the Mandarin speaking in order to promote certain things. I believe that these 10 or so speakers, they are very well known. They advocate some Chinese humanity. I believe that we all can learn from them. Perhaps my good friend Chin Kok Wing can add more value to this speaking hour.
Well, I find the Mandarin speakers, very, very good. And in fact, they are now developing into dialect speaking Toastmasters Club. All right, because this is our cultural heritage. We used to have at least 4 or 5 dialects in Singapore, and now they're getting vibrant. So I hope you will enjoy, although today we will not have any dialect speeches, but you're going to enjoy some of the speeches from the Mandarin Toastmasters. All right, enjoy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker, Desmond Wong of Wong Guorong.
大家晚上好。法国大哲学家卢梭他曾经说过，人除了希望自己幸福之外，还喜欢看到别人的不幸。一般人见到别人有成就的时候呢，那么他就奇怪，他莫名其妙的就这种妒忌之情就油然而生。这句话不仅道出这个嫉妒的人的心理，对人类那种幸灾乐祸的天性啊，真是一针见血。妒忌呢，莎士比亚那么他说，妒忌就像一只绿色的怪兽，那么这就好像是苍蝇啊，那么它整天在我们的身边绕来绕去，可是它偏偏不停在我们健康的部位，它却停在我们的伤口或是我们疼痛的部位。那么嫉妒呢，那么其实呢，它是会在我们不知不觉的时候呢，已经闯进我们的生活里边，影响到我们的一切。譬如呢，当你看到别人有成就的时候，那你就心存妒忌，因为你没有办法做到。其实这个时候，这种妒忌的心情已经是开始了。又或者你看到别人有着非常标准的身材，那么而又嫉妒他，为什么自己没有这样的身材呢？其实这个时候，嫉妒之情已经是慢慢的在你的心中在滋长着。其实说的更直白一点，嫉妒呢，就是渴望得到别人的东西，而又气自己没有办法去拥有它。那么这个心理学家他曾经说过，其实每一个人呢，都有过嫉妒的心理。人总是会拿自己跟别人来比较，比如说工作也好啦，薪资也好啦，方方面面的东西都可以比较。这是因为妒忌，所以才会有比较。那么人为什么要妒忌呢？其实啊，我们人的一生从小开始就有着一连串的这种比较。我们的父母亲在小的时候就拿我们跟兄弟姐妹啊、跟亲戚啊、跟朋友啊，甚至隔壁的这些邻居等等，都可以拿来比较。甚至大众媒体呢，它不时也在就是在渲染就这类东西。甚至呢，在学校里边你看我们的测验啊、考试啊也好，这些都是可以拿来比较的。那么同时呢，学校与学校之间同样为了竞争，也是可以拿来比较。所以呢，嫉妒在我们的心中其实已经在慢慢的在萌芽、在发展。不知道大家有没有去留意到，凡是我们得不到的东西，我们总以为那个是最好的东西，其实这是错误的。 就像2条狗，你每一只狗你会给它一根骨头，可是呢，这2只狗还是心心念念，还想着对方那只狗嘴里边的那根骨头。那么人的这种贪念啊，这是种贪念，那么它会很错误的引导我们，那么只注重眼前的这些成绩，他却忽略了什么呢？他忽略了我们事前成功之前的种种的辛劳，那么以及付出的代价。那么英国的一个诗人呢，这个约翰逊，那么他就说，嫉妒是一种心灵的病啊，一种心灵的病来的哈。如果嫉妒妨碍我们呢，妨碍到你的生活的时候，你就应该当机立断啊，马上把它消除在你的心灵中，把这种负面的情绪把它消除掉，这样才不影响到你的生活。总而言之呢，当你觉察到这个嫉妒在你的心里在萌芽的时候啊，那你就知道，其实这是每一个人都会常有的一种毛病。所以呢，你通过嫉妒，你可以激励你自己向前迈进啊，不断的向前进步。所以当一切都变成美好的时候，你这种嫉妒才有办法将它转变成为爱。在我这里，我要举一个实际的例子，来结束我这一篇短文。就在我家住的这条街上，有2间杂货店，一间杂货店是我的亲人来的。这2家杂货店，由于呢，他们所经营的东西其实是大同小异的，所以呢，同行如敌国啊，所以他们之间就好像有着深仇大恨似的。可是有一天，其中这个杂货店的店主，那么他有了宗教信仰，那么于是他就去问这个宗教信仰里边那个长者，那么他问他道：我要怎么样消除我对我同行之间的一种差异、一种妒忌、一种仇恨？请你告诉我一个实在的方法，行得通的办法。那位智者就告诉他：当别人到你的店来买东西的时候，假如你的店里面没有，就请你把它介绍到对面的店那里去买，这样或许能够消除大家彼此心里面的一些芥蒂，不妨试试看吧。店主点点头，于是就去实行了。说也奇怪啊，过了不久，就有客人从对面那个老板那里介绍过来到他的店来买东西。因为这样来来往往，慢慢的他们建立起友谊了，所以以前的一些嫉妒啊，一些仇恨啊，完完全全的消除了。这就是一个非常实际的例子。谢谢。
输得起，输不了，看自己。朋友们，现在1年1度的比赛季节又到来了。朋友都问我，韵梅啊，你要不要参赛啊？我心里面想，参赛，我输不起呀。他们就笑了，他说：“你是这一大把年龄了，还怕什么输？”想想也是哦，怕什么呢？所以呢，我还是决定参赛。虽然我决定了参赛，我还是觉得我上到讲台上，我还是心惊肉跳，双手心冒汗。怕什么呢？怕演讲的时候 忘稿不记得，脑袋一片空白，不知道怎么办。那时候没面子啊，人家说，哎呀，你40年来做老师，在讲台上侃侃而谈，哎，原来站在比赛台上，你还有怕的一天呢。真的，我怕什么呢？怕就是说我自己做的不好，怕我自己没面子。那我才想想，这不是办法，我还是要了解我为什么害怕，我要面对我的恐惧，我还是要尽量的克服，还有战胜它。所以呢，我继续会站在讲演台上参加比赛。各位，我做了教师40多年，那一路来，我的性格就是那种我说了算，我是权威，我是教练，那样的一种方式。所以我要很清楚的了解为什么我还是会害怕。好的，那我就要先从了解我自己开始。既然我已经说了，我是一位权威型的，我的权威型的性格，所以如果我站在台上，我输了怎么办？因为作为一个老师啊的时候，我面对学生，甚至面对于200个员工，我也不怕，因为我所讲的是我的知识上面，还有我的地位，能够使到大家都很注意的听我说。但是啊，在讲演台上，如果我讲的不好的话，问题就来了，他们就会滑手机或者上厕所，只是还没有丢臭鸡蛋而已。所以我现在我还是一直要克服我怕输的那种胆怯的那种心情。那我现在研究的结果啊，我认为我怕输是有2个原因的。第一个是我不知道站在台上要说什么好。第二个是，如果我忘稿了怎么办？最近呢，我就研究了一套很简单、很容易做的方法。首先，我不知道我要讲什么的时候，我之前我要花很长的时间去准备我的演讲稿。这演讲稿呢，能够顺着我的习惯性的用语，用我习惯性的用语，顺着我的一贯的思路来组织，而且讲的是讲我身边的事情，加上个人的感受。你讲你自己的东西就很容易了，你也不会得罪人，有时候可以开开自己的玩笑。所以啊，我在我准备稿的时候，我都是采取最简单的方法，就是说很容易的按照我的习惯上把我想要讲的重点讲出来。那怕忘稿怎么办呢？是的，刚才有位会友也提出来了，就是说站在台上想不到下面那一句应该怎么说，怎么办？我有方法的，我就利用箭号、圆圈、三角形等等，在我的脑袋里面把我的讲稿画成一幅图画。所以我要记的不是文字，我要记的是图画。从这一点怎么移过去讲第2点，再到第3点，再第4点，这样顺着用图画的方式来让我能够记得清楚。但是有了这个图案，我还是要很努力的去练习，使到我能够很顺畅的把我的内容符合逻辑性的讲出来，那就不会怕说忘了上一段下一段。还有呢，我曾经听过一位冠军人物，他怎么样准备他的演讲稿。当然背稿方面他是自己去做了很深的研究，但是在背下来把这稿件记下来的时候，他用了一个很好的方法。他就是说把他所有的段落分号，就1号开场白，2号内容的一个小点，第3点、第2点，一直分1、2、3、4、5、6这6个编号，然后就把这编号粘在地上，然后呢，他从头1号到6号背一次，然后他就突然间跳到2号， 背完了以后再跳到4号，这样的反复的练习，这样一来，他无论在怎么样情况之下，他都能够非常顺畅的把他的稿讲好，不会忘稿。虽然有时候次序会掉乱，但是不要紧，因为只有他自己知道，别人不知道。只要他符合整个的逻辑性，那就可以了。所以，因为有了这样的一个经验呢，我是不断的练习。而有时候我不一定能够得胜的，但是输了以后，我就会想了，我说，哎，为什么我会输呢？哦，我的内容不够扎实。哦，我演讲的技巧不能够吸引到别人注意。我的感染力不够强，肢体语言太过夸张了，讲话太快了，所以就把这一些我自己分析出来的我失败的原因，这些失败的原因就是我用在下一次准备我的比赛，这样的话，它就成为我以后成功的养分。这样的不断的练习，不断的做，虽然我还是没有拿到冠军，不要紧，我不怕输了，因为我已经赢了昨天的我，明天的我肯定也会赢了今天的我，所以输就带给我们赢。所以还是那一句话，我输得起，我输不了，因为讲演台上我做主。司仪。
大家好，世间万物变化无常，往往我们的计划赶不上变化。有谁能够预算到，在2020年的那一个病毒打乱我们全世界人的生活方式？这个病毒啊，让我们不能够参与太多的大型活动，我们不能聚餐，我们不能去庆祝，我们不能出国旅行。更惨的，今年过年我们都不能够去拜年。这一个艰难的1年之间，我们发现到，其实我们的生活中已经很大的改变。我们发现到，我们这突如其来的事情，让我们的生活完全的不一样。有些人在失去了工作，当他失去工作的时候，他就会面对经济的问题。当他面对经济问题之后呢，他家里就发生问题，因为情绪上干扰着他自己，然后跟周围的朋友都发生冲突，所以种种而来的问题，这个病毒干扰到我们生活，一次的不能够接受。今年2021年，所以大家心里都有疑忌，都在想，今年会像以往那么好吗？还是像去年2020年一样的，这个病毒还不能够解决？大家心里都有数。这2、3年来，如果接下来这个日子，我们还想要像以前那样的生活，自然、自由、自在，要去哪里去哪里，要去庆祝就庆祝，要去聚餐就聚餐，要去唱歌就去唱歌。我相信这个日子是遥遥的无期。其实在心里都明白，什么时候我们才能够回到这个幸福的日子呢？其实啊，真正幸福的日子，不是依赖任何外来的人和事物，也不是来自变化无常的情绪和感觉，而是一种心理状态。一块平静与正面的心态，是通往幸福之路的最好良药。得失成败，荣辱浮沉，世事变迁，宠辱不惊，不强求，一切随缘。淡定的心，处之泰然，高山如鱼，深水无波，心灵淡然若水，人生便如行云流水。淡定与正面的心态，是我们抵御变化无常的人生。所以各位，当你面对到这种种的问题的时候，我们一定要秉承着那正面善良的心来去面对这个问题。所以接下来的一些话，我要跟大家分享，请你们做好，也请你们用心听好。其实在我们的生活中啊，钱多钱少 够用就好，人丑人美顺眼就好，人老人少健康就好，家穷家富和气就好。孩子从小聪明也好，愚笨也好，就是要教好。房屋大小，洋楼也好，板屋也好，能住就好。衣服鞋子，新旧也好，名不名牌，能穿就好。2轮4轮能驾的就好。如果你的老板不好，你能够忍了就好。一切的烦恼能解决就好。坚持执着，你能够放下你就好。人的一生平安就好，不需要有钱，一样都会好。日子再坏能过的就好。总而言之我们做人知足是最好的。面对这样的事，我们要面对这个人生，我们要懂得知足，要懂得放下，要懂得宽容。当你如果说耿耿于怀去埋怨这个社会这个变迁的事情，让你觉得生活不愉快的话，你会更加辛苦。所以最后我嘱咐大家，能够大家都一切都好，希望大家接下来的日子一切都好。谢谢，教育也是一。
大家晚上好，您可曾记得当年是什么原因让你加入了讲演会？是因为你想要提升你的演讲技巧，你想要学习领导能力，想要结交一群志同道合的朋友，还是和我一样想要成为区域的冠军？为什么要成为演讲的冠军呢？我相信每个人都有各自不同的原因。有些人是因为想要证明自己的能力，有些人就有着喜欢收集奖杯的爱好，那把满满的奖杯摆在客厅里，展现自己的实力。而我仅仅只是想要圆一个小时候的梦想，也想着追随着这个追梦的旅程，继续的提升我的演讲能力，希望能够超越过去的自己。那我从小学1年级就开始参加讲故事演讲比赛，当时最大的问题就是时常忘稿。如果有忘过稿的朋友都知道那是一个非常尴尬的经验。你站在台上讲着讲着，突然脑袋一片空白，怎么想都想不到下一句要怎么接上一句。所以这个时候怎么办呢？我只想着老师的一句话，忘稿马上讲谢谢，然后下台。是的，我就是如此的做。现在回想起来都心有余悸。那个时候因为这一个经验我就告诉我的老爸，爸，不要再叫我参加演讲比赛了，我绝对不要参赛。那个时候我爸爸听了我这么一说他也没有安慰我，只是拍了拍我的肩膀，告诉我，玲明天开始爸爸跟你一起练习。哇，真的我爸爸讲到做到，他真的陪我一起练习。那我爸怎么跟我练呢？每次吃完饭过后，我爸就叫我拿了一张小凳子放在客厅中间，然后呢就叫我的弟弟坐在这个凳子的前面，递了一支笔给我当着麦克风，然后就叫我站在凳子上，想象站在讲台上，就这样练习演讲。那我老爸就让我第一段背到第6段，最后一段再倒回背到第1段，然后从第3段背到第5段，第5段背到第2段，第2段背到第4段，第4段背到第1段，如此类推那你想每一天这样重复的练习，我想忘记也非常的难。于是第2年终于我一洗前耻一字不漏的 把所有的稿从头到尾的完美呈现出来，但是还是没有得冠军。为什么呢？你以为得冠军那么容易吗？凭你1年的努力就能够得冠军吗？当然不可以。所以要怎么办呢？继续的努力，坚持的比赛。就这样，我从小1比到小6，还是没有得冠军。所以那个时候就有点困惑，我真的不可以吗？我就问我爸爸，我真的没有努力吗？我依然记得我爸当时是怎么安慰我的。我爸又拍拍了我的肩膀，他告诉我，不是你不可以，是别人比你更行。不是你不努力，是别人比你更努力。那如果你想要得到冠军，你就要比别人更努力。所以呢，我到了中学时期不断的努力。怎么努力？每一天都练习演讲，那大量的阅读。我的中文就是从那个时候慢慢的提升起来的。那当时呢，读什么书？最常读的就是戴尔·卡内基的《口才的艺术》、如何成为演讲冠军等等书籍那当然，除了大量的阅读，增加自己关于这个演讲方面的知识以外，那我还是不间断的参加这个演讲比赛。那我爸就是我最好的支持者因为当时在马来西亚，我们的中学呢是以马来语为主。那个时候呢，也没有什么演讲比赛，所以你要参加比赛的话呢，就是参加公开赛。所以我爸每天翻报章，哪里有公开赛呢，就帮我报名，然后呢，陪着我一起去参赛。所以我爸是我的演讲的第一位的启蒙老师那就这样，讲着讲着，一直不断的参加比赛，一晃12年，我就这样坚持了12年，终于在1998年的一个全柔的公开赛里面，我得了冠军。所以12年坚持12年并不是一个非常简单的事情。那12年过后呢，达成了我少年时演讲冠军的梦想。过后呢，小事了了，不了了之。为什么？因为我没有再参加比赛了，我也没有再继续的学习演讲。那20年过后，哇，这样一讲就暴露我的年龄了20年过后呢，来到新加坡，在这偶然的机会又遇到了我以前一起参赛的朋友。哇，这个时候我看着他，我就在想岁月他这个时候呢，他已经是泛东南亚华语演讲的冠军了。比起20年前，他大大的超越了他以前的水平。那我再看看我自己，还是原地踏步。所以呢，就当他在遇到他的那一年呢，我就毅然的决定，我要参加讲演会，我要再一次拥抱我的冠军梦。虽然已步入中年，但没关系，因为年龄呢永远不是一个问题。所以我就对我自己说，好吧，我下一次我的目的就是要成为冠军。我期望有一天我能够站在更大的舞台。最后，我想要致所有跟我一样想要拥抱这个冠军梦的朋友，当我们在追梦的旅程当中，肯定的我们会遇到失败。当我们遇到失败、遇到挫折的时候呢，最重要的就是我们要坚守不放弃的这个信念，坚持的学习演讲，继续的参加比赛。虽然努力并不代表能够让你今天获得胜利，但只要你继续的努力学习，坚持的比赛，有一天你一定能够超越昨天的自己。所以朋友们，让我们拥抱我们的梦想，让我们的冠军梦永不退航。谢谢。
在生活里，你要成功，你一定要具备一些条件。有些人会说是创造力，有些人会说是执行力。可是对我而言，意志力是全部这些能力之中最重要的。你要有这么样的意志力，坚强的意志力，你需要不是一些机遇，而是一些磨难。这些磨难可能是你事业中，可能是你求学的时候，可能是你人生中的某一个阶段。而我有非一般的意志力，因为在我的生命中有一段非常奇特的一段日子。在我18岁的时候，我属于新加坡特种部队里的一个小兵。其实我们这些特种部队中，我们是精英中的精英。不管在发生怎样的事情，我们已经被训练有素。只要给予我们使命，我们一定使命必达。可是，在很多时候，大家都会说：难道你真的能克服所有，不管是在生命中还是使命可以遇到的一些问题吗？对，其中就有这么一段。在我们退伍的最后6个月，我们的部队的营长就对我们说，为了让我们的部队的资质更高，他下了一个非常大的目标。在场全部80多位精英中的精英，将测试我们的2.4公里的就是长跑。这2.4公里，全部人都要达到9分钟的一个时限。大家想，2.4公里其实就是茂桥地铁站到碧山地铁站再加200米。想到这里，当然我们这时候全部是精英中的精英，全部脑里都是已经打了很多，已经被洗脑过一番的星星。所以我们这时候当然是一声令下，我们就开始这6个月的排练的练习。其实啊，你要跑到9分钟，其实在武装部队里面，9分45秒已经是非常非常的好了。要到9分钟，你需要从早到晚上都开始跑。可是大家如果有跑步的话，还是你在学校的时候有考试的话，你就会发现，其实20分到要40分是非常容易的，40分到50分也挺容易的，50分到60分，60分到70分，70分到80分，还是你所谓学霸的90分，其实它会更难、更难、更加难。所以在这6个月的期间，其实我们的训练是越来越辛苦，越来越辛苦。第1个月我们就消了1分钟，第2个月我们就可能练习过后就消了45秒，第3个月15秒，4个月5秒。其实在最后的时候，我们已经非常心灰意冷了。这时的我们在最终测试的最后一天的前一晚，我们就一大群人马就说：“哎，不如我们先吃个宵夜吧。”所以当我们走出我们的军营的时候，在马路上的时候，我们看到一个女生的背影，哇！她穿着短裙，穿着高跟鞋，背影其实非常非常的正。我们看着她玲珑有致的身材的时候，其中一枚我们的小伙伴们，他就说：“对面的女孩看过来。”这时候我们全部一起尴尬癌发作。可是你可想而知，很多男生聚在一起的时候，普遍来讲，我们的平均的智商、情商都降了一半。因为是平均值，所以其实它是我们这位唱歌的其实跌得更慢。这时候，这位女生缓缓地走过来。讲到这里，其实我已经开始毛骨悚然。她是奇丑无比，她的其实她的鼻子离她的左眼太近，离她的右眼太靠近。 它离它的眉间太近，离它的嘴巴太远。正当我们在不知道要怎么去应对的时候，它缓缓的怒吼了一声，往我们跑了过来。在那个黑夜高峰的一个夜晚，我们看到的侯杰，他就往我们冲了过来，我们就往你死里命的跑，追着跑着，追着跑着，好不容易，我们跑到我们的军营。隔天就是我们测试的开始的。当我们全部人都站在开始的那条线的时候，正当我们要跑的时候，我们大家都非常沮丧，但是我们还是正在开始之前，后面缓缓来了一声：“对面的女孩看过来。”这时候我们心揪了一下，往死命的跑，就像被鬼追一样的跑，就像被阴阳路上面的僵尸追着跑，所以我们就跑着，结果我们大家全部跑出了8分48秒的优劣成绩。这个故事代表着什么？代表着在很多时候，当你要成功，有时候我们需要外力来去刺激它，单凭自己的意志是不够的。谢谢。
各位会友，大家晚上好。最近我们家蚂蚁有点猖獗，怎么说呢？家里不时看到蚂蚁排着队，旁若无人的扬长而过，对我这个主人视若无睹。我当然不能视而不见，见一只消灭一只。谁知蚂蚁源源不绝，如星星之火可以燎原，野火吹不尽，春风吹又生。一天，我在与蚂蚁苦战之后，留下了尸横遍野的战场。我正在打扫，一只，两只。这时，女儿跑过来，从冰箱里拿出一杯牛奶，正要喝，突然惊叫起来：“妈妈，妈妈，怎么啦？一只蚂蚁在我的牛奶杯里，怎么办？”哎，这有什么大惊小怪的？叫得这么吓人。我接过杯子，若无其事的把蚂蚁用汤勺舀出来，然后递给女儿，笑着说：“可以喝了。”女儿瞪大了眼睛，怀疑地说：“蚂蚁掉进去了，还能喝吗？”“可以呀，不然你用微波炉叮一下啦，消消毒就行。”女儿鄙夷地说：“妈妈，好恶心呀！”“这没什么大不了的，你还记得外婆的金句吗？闭着眼吃毛虫，吃毛毛虫。什么是吃闭着眼吃毛毛虫？就是你闭着眼睛，毛虫也能吃下去呀。跟毛虫比起来，蚂蚁算什么呀？咦，吃毛虫好恶心呀！反正牛奶我不喝了，要喝你喝吧。”说完，女儿就匆匆地跑掉了。打扫完战场，我坐在桌前喝牛奶，不由得回起妈妈对我说闭眼吃毛虫的情景。在我小时候，那时候的菜是用天然有机肥料种成的，那时候的菜是自由自在长大的，没有化肥，没有农药。但是天然有机菜最大的特点是有虫子。我还记得那时候我常常帮忙洗菜，常常洗着洗着，我就突然惊叫起来，接着把手里的菜扔到盆子里，大叫：“妈妈，虫子，虫子！”只见妈妈走过来，一边淡定地用手指捏死菜青虫，一边对我说：“不要大惊小怪， 闭眼吃毛虫，和今天我对我女儿说的一模一样。菜青虫很难洗干净，难免会有漏网之鱼。每次吃青菜的时候，我会特别留意，从碗里夹出来，左看右瞧，仔细检查，直到确定没有虫子，才敢放进我的嘴里。一次，我夹青菜的时候，赫然看见一只菜青虫，顿时胃口全无，看着饭一口也吃不下去。妈妈为了安慰鼓励我，把那一条菜青虫拨到旁边，然后把那一根青菜吃到肚子里，然后笑着对我说：“闭眼吃毛虫，一只死虫子没什么了不起的，肚子饿了什么都能吃。”看到我妈妈这种大无畏的样子，我也渐渐地克服了恐惧的心理，告诉我自己，没什么大不了的，一只菜青虫而已，这可是高蛋白呀，吃了还能增强营养，让我长高呢。在成长的过程中，我慢慢长大，慢慢不再害怕菜青虫了，慢慢的闭眼吃毛虫融进了我的生命，成为了一种勇敢的代名词，成为我这个妈妈的惯用语，成为妈妈稳若泰山、处变不惊的态度。假如当初妈妈看到菜青虫也和我一样跳起来跑掉，假如我看到蚂蚁也像女儿一样落荒而逃，我想当女儿长大以后，她还会害怕，不敢勇敢地面对一些必须坚强面对的事情。妈妈的勇敢态度深深地影响了我，我相信她的内心对虫子也是恐惧的，可是在她的孩子们的面前，她是妈妈，一个可以被依靠的，一个可以为孩子遮风挡雨的妈妈。这种妈妈式的勇敢将代代相传，成为孩子们的活教材，终身受益。谢谢。
谢谢主持人，大家好，我今天要跟大家分享的题目是动画片。哇，听起这样的一个题目，我想大家第一个想法是什么？其实我认为是跟我父母或者是很小的时候那种感受一样，动画片嘛，都是小孩子看的，对吗？我记得我的记忆是从小，当然小孩子嘛，上小学或者是没上学之前都喜欢看动画片。等看到一定的年龄的时候呢，那个时候父母会说：“哎呀，小孩子嘛，喜欢看动画片。”等到上了中学以后，我依然还是喜欢看。结果这个时候呢，父母或者是长辈就会过来跟我说：“哇，你都多大年纪了？已经上中学了，马上就要成人了，怎么还会看这种东西啊？这只是小孩子才看的嘛。”好吧，那个时候我可能比较幼稚一点。等到了上大学呢，大学毕业了呢，到现在我30多岁了，其实有的时候我还是喜欢看动画片。那这个时候还是幼稚吗？可能是吧。不过其实我今天跟大家的来讲，就是我建议大家，其实在座的各位可以尝试着去看一些动画片。其实现在这个时代，动画片已经不像是以前刚刚出来的时候，动画片刚刚兴起，是给小孩子看的了。现在的动画片有另一个名称，全称叫做动漫，就是动画和漫画。大家，我相信每个人小的时候，在没有电视或者是电视看的不多的时候，我们接触的最多的 其实就是连环画。现在呢，管这种连环画呢叫做漫画了。那有动画有漫画合起来，可以把它放在书上，我们看起来是图画；那放在电视上呢，那就是动画片了。其实我觉得看动画片有一些好处的，不再是那一些只是小孩子看的了。其实很多的时候啊，我们动画片现在已经有很多是专门可以让成年人看的啊。当然了，不是大家想的那种成人的东西啊。其实呢，就是说可以是给大人看的一些，比方说《西游记》。那大家想一想，其实《西游记》这本书来讲，如果你真的看书是很枯燥的。我们小的时候啊，喜欢看《西游记》，都是喜欢看这些从动画呀、从连环画看这些书籍，了解这些故事的。有的时候呢是听评书。那么动画最好的呢，就是让我们能展示出来。大家想一想，如果我们看电视剧，当然我们小的时候可能都看过，或者是现在啊，很多很多孩子都可以看电视剧。但是呢，真正的那些人物啊，其实是不好理解的。但是动画完全就可以抛除这样的想法。为什么呢？因为动画片它本身可以把那些妖魔鬼怪画出来。大家想想，如果我们平时看电视剧的话，那些怪兽啊，那些妖精啊，真正靠我们人画出来的话，那可能啊就不是那么的真实，看起来不像是那么恐怖，或者是不像是那么精彩。但是如果他把它放在动画里面，它就可以画出各式各样的，超过于人来化妆的那个效果。那这个时候呢，看起来就会印象比较深刻。那如果是看四大名著啊，像《西游记》这种，我们没有人说啊，这只是给小孩子看的了吧？因为我们成年人也会看四大名著。这样的动画片让小孩子有印象，觉得很高兴。那大人呢，也可以坐在旁边去看，不管是孩子啊，还是爷爷奶奶，还是爸爸妈妈陪着这些孩子们看，一边可以共享这个含饴弄孙的时刻，那另一边呢，也可以让大家觉得，哎，你看看，一边孩子看的时候，我们也可以给他讲，我们也看动画片吧，但这些情节我都了解。那这个时候孩子可能就对他有一些印象了。比方说一些我从小的时候一些神话故事，我都是看动画片知道的。那有兴趣了以后呢，长大就会翻一些故事，比如说希腊神话呀，那我们华人的《山海经》啊等等的这些故事啊，成年人是模仿不出来的，但是这样就可以。那动画发展到现在，不单单是妖魔鬼怪的这一些小孩子喜欢的，更多的呢也可以是成人的。比方说前一段时间啊，我就看了一些以《三国演义》为题材的动画。以成人如果看的这些，把本来我们可以化作电视剧，或者是那些比看书比较枯燥的时候，用电视用动画来拍摄出来的话，我们看起来啊就会比较直观。还有啊，动画有一个特点，就是它可以画得很夸张啊，比如说两个人说话，一个人感觉尴尬的话，他会瞬间脸红，哇，这是动画之间的脸红。或者是有些人害怕的时候，他可以很夸张的哇流满头大汗。其实这个时候，如果是真正我们用电视剧的方式啊，用看电视看戏那些人啊，那些演员，他是很难表现出来的，除非那种演技特别好的，那马上的脸红啊，也不是特别快的能表现出来，对不对？所以我们用这个很夸张，用动画的形式来表现出来，就可以让大家觉得哇，我是非常高兴，哇，非常明显啊，非常伤心，非常尴尬，这样的会让大家印象特别深刻。所以这样的话呢，我们看起来哇就会记忆力很深刻。还有就是我们的动画人物啊，可以驾驭很多头型，或者是表情和有服饰上很夸张的衣服。比如说哇，我们的一个很漂亮的女生可以穿着可能非常沉重啊，或者是非常漂亮的那种非常夸张的衣服，但是一个演员穿上啊，那可能就非常非常累了，对吗？还有那些盔甲，真正演员不可能穿上那么重的盔甲去演戏，这样就会很影响发挥，但是动画就可以。最近几年有一个中国风的那种热潮，很多人呢都是开始穿一些古典的非常美的衣服， 其实这一个现象最早来源于动画，让我们看到了哇，动画里那么漂亮的那些衣服，想用人真实的把它还原出来，所以有些人呢就去拼命的做呀，或者是绞尽脑汁，有的时候真能做出那么漂亮的衣服，然后呢穿起来。我们可以不需要去演戏，但真正的穿起来的话，拍一张照片，会让大家感觉的非常好，会像是古代啊，或者是先人的那种感觉，或者是真正的有腾云驾雾的感觉。所以啊，我也是希望我以后会继续看，也希望大家啊可以多多接受，陪其他的啊小朋友也好，或者是看一些我们成年人就可以接受的。让我们更直观的去享受这种轻松又能学到知识的这一种网络上的娱乐形式。谢谢大家。
大家好，人类正面临的一场前所未有的考验，就是突如其来的新冠疫情，对我们的工作和生活影响极大。不过，疫情的影响也不全是负面的，也有积极的一面。比如，我突然发现家里的神兽，就是孩子，变得特别有礼貌。怎么有礼貌呢？他一日3次主动问候他的老母亲。妈，早上吃什么呀？妈，中午吃什么呀？妈妈，晚上吃什么呀？还美其名曰5日3省吾身。您这哪是3省吾身呢？您这是3省吾妈呀！看来孔子的名言不仅可以修身养性，还可以拿来有求必应。当我和你们在线会议的时候，呈现的是还不错的一面。其实啊，真实的我是脑子经常死机，时不时掉线，还需要经常重启。我是干啥啥不行，吃饭第1名。从来没想过，真的能有这么一天，待在家里吃吃喝喝，也能为国家做贡献。正所谓日有所思，夜有所盼。我估计等疫情结束，街上会走出大批的杨贵妃，没有贵妃的模样，却有贵妃的身材。在家的日子，我每天是打2份工，一份是职业女性的，开会、报告、PPT， 忙到感天动地；另一份是家庭主妇的，扫地、洗衣、煮饭婆，累到感动新加坡。专注于美食的我，做饭要讲究色香味俱全，做出来不仅好吃，还得好看。就算是吃泡面，也要高端大气上档次。吃完泡面，再给自己上一杯幸福的奶茶。炸鸡送啤酒，泡面配奶茶。生活就需要充满仪式感。我经常对着家里经过科学高效整理过的冰箱，满满的食材，就像一代女皇武则天一样，非常骄傲地说：看，这都是老母亲给你打下的江山，养你一只神兽还是足够的。有一天午饭后，我的神兽揉着小肚子，像一只吃饱了的小猫一样，非常真诚地对我表白：妈妈，我觉得真幸福啊。 Yes， 我也觉得很幸福。我的幸福就是猫吃鱼，狗吃肉，老母亲养活小神兽。美食会治愈一切，它让亲子关系更和谐。我和家里的神兽会吵架，会怼来怼去，但没有什么问题是一顿饭不能解决的。如果有，那就2顿。 就连爱情也是色香味俱全的。过去有一句名言，要想抓住男人的心，就要先抓住男人的胃。现在这话对男人对女人都适用，不信吗？你们谁一顿饭不吃的，谈一场不分手的恋爱，给我看看。很多年以前，我闺蜜问我，你猜我最喜欢听我男朋友跟我说什么话？我爱你，你最漂亮，那就是买买买。都不是。那姑奶奶，你究竟想听什么呀？我最喜欢听她说，饿不饿？我给你煮碗面。Oh my god， 你这是受电视剧毒害不浅呢。她说，这是她听过的这辈子最让她心动陶醉又腻到不行的甜言蜜语。我是要笑话她没见过世面呢，还是应该夸她有理想有追求？后来她真的嫁给了这个深夜里给她煮一碗面的普通男生，离开了那个只会让她多喝热水早睡觉的富二代男友。结婚后两个人恩恩爱爱，老公很体贴，经常跟她说，老婆你做饭太好吃了，咱们还是下馆子吧。老婆也很有爱的回答，好吃你就多吃点嘛，不好吃多少你也得吃点嘛。执子之手抓饭，与子偕老婆饼，谁说这不是美好的爱情呢？现在这社会能点餐送外卖的 APP 越来越多，能为你做顿美食的人却越来越少。珍惜吧，这份美食里边有爱有情有爱情。疫情改变了全世界人民的生活，也造成了困惑、矛盾和纠纷。什么态度才能使人类形成共同体，共同去对抗疫情和病毒？我想那一定是多元、公平和包容。正确的态度、良好的心态，再加上热爱美食，我相信一切都会好起来的。谢谢大家。
大家好，民以食为天，吃饭皇帝大。意思就是说，当我们在吃东西的时候，应该像当皇帝一样，即使天大的事情，也可以抛之脑后。虽然我不是个老饕，更称不上是个吃货，但是我认同，吃饭的确是一种享受，因为我相信食物它的疗愈力量。其实食物的疗愈力量，除了来自食物本身的营养和特性，更多的是来自它所带来的情绪。因为情绪食物，它可以通过我们情感的传递，它寻找慰藉的方式来改善我们的情绪，以愉悦自己为核心，它犒赏自己，以达到我们能够取得情绪平复的一个效果。我们在为家人准备餐点的时候，很多都是从营养来考量，但是在为自己寻求美食的时候，更多的是我们通过这个美食所能获得情绪上面的一个改善。很多人喜欢在压力大的时候去寻找所谓的 comfort food， 就是他们觉得能够疗愈自己的一些食品。这些可能是他们在小时候尝过的一些美食，或者是家常菜，或者是一些诸如甜品之类的，巧克力、雪糕、冰淇淋这些食物虽然营养价值不高，但是它背后隐藏的一些记忆， 它所带来的一些暖暖的一些回忆，却是能让我们舒缓压力的一种能力。其中，美国一个报道他是这样说的：成年人在严重的情绪压力下，他会转向与童年安全有关的一些食物，比如说母亲所煮的水煮鸡蛋，或者是著名的鸡汤。这些都是被认为是迅速缓解负面情绪的一种很好的应对机制。所以这些安慰性食物对一些人来说具有怀旧或者是情感价值的食物，它会因为我们所处在的地域而不同，但是它都有一个特点，就是它有承载着我们童年美好的一个回忆。其实如果你看一下，不单单是这些预疗性食物，很多时候我们在谈判的时候也通过餐桌来解决这些问题，也就是所谓的餐桌文化。之所以四海之内皆兄弟，我们往往能够在餐桌上与世界交朋友。交朋友的方式呢，当然是通过我们世界各地的美食。现在科技日新月异，很多时候我们能够足不出户，通过网络寻找来自世界各地的美食餐点，它的食谱。凭着那个食谱，我们如法炮制，尝试把世界各地所有的美食在家中煮了一遍，能够足不出户与世界打交道。很多人通过这个美食的疗愈，甚至在这冠状疫情的当儿，每个人都必须得宅在家里，很多人因此而成为了烹饪高手。你只要打开网页一看，到处都是网红，而且网红他们最大的一个特点就是他们通过美食来跟观众接触，跟观众互动。所谓的美食网红，很多时候就是所谓的播吃客，他就什么都不做，就是打开摄像头吃。我们镜头前面的观众朋友看着他吃，一句话都不说，就是吃。你在看他吃的过程中，你去获得一些疗愈的力量，你就觉得心情很愉悦。你看他吃的一个愉快的心情，也能带动镜头前面的所有的观众。所以不要单单小看这个吃的疗愈力，不是在于说你吃进肚子就能获得情绪上的疏解。你看别人吃，你多多少少你能获得情绪上的疏解，因为你看到对方很享受、很津津美味的享受你所准备的一些餐点的时候，你获得了是一个安慰。餐桌上的文化，谈判桌上的文化，我们都是通过谈判桌讨论一些事情。很多时候在很多华人社群，我们都信奉这个谈判桌的这个方式。政治家宴请法庭，我们生意人请客吃饭，我们在吃饭桌吃出气氛，喝出感情，谈成事情，拓展人际关系。许多在正式场合不好说的事情，我们都是通过饭桌上，然后来洽谈、协商、敲定。为什么餐桌文化能够经历这么久，历久不衰？因为大家都习惯在这个非正式的场合谈正事。因为餐桌这种场合，它拉近了宾客之间的距离，大家围在一起讨论交谈，一定会拉近彼此的距离。也因为餐桌是一个非正式的场合，所以大家都能卸下心防，保持一个相当轻松愉快的心态，这样更能够相信对方，并且听取对方的意见。我觉得没有一件事情是一顿饭解决不了的。如果真的有一件事情一顿饭解决不了，那就继续吃。 正所谓吃饭皇帝大，下回有聚餐，记得找我哦。我是凯蒂，谢谢大家。
大家晚上好。家本来是让身心休息的地方，但是很多人整日为名利奔波劳碌，只为了让这个身躯住得更舒服，过上更高大上的生活，却把心也遗忘了。我出生在一个中等的家庭，衣食无忧，可是我总觉得少了什么，但却说不出个所以然。直到我念高中的时候，我有了以下的疑问：我是谁？我从哪里来？我要往哪里去？相信很多人都曾有此疑问，尤其是当你小的时候，很多小孩都会问他们最亲的人：妈妈，我是谁？我从哪里来？我来做什么的？也许你不记得曾有此疑问，也许你不曾有此疑问，也许你现在也不曾有此疑问，但是将来你肯定会有此疑问。只要你还保有那一点点的天性，你肯定迟早会有此疑问。那么为了你自己，请记得我这次的演说。记得当时我望着天问天，天不答我；我望着地问地，地也不答我。于是我想到了问人。当然我不会跑回家去问我妈妈，我如果那么做的话，我妈妈肯定以为她这个女儿有病。于是我想到了宗教，我呢就跑到佛堂、庙宇、教堂等地方去寻求答案，但是呢都不得要领。可是日子还是要过，对不对？然后我就浑浑噩噩的过着我还算不错的小日子。高中毕业之后，我来到新加坡工作，虽谈不上大富大贵，但也一样衣食无忧。可是日子却越过越不是滋味，总觉得哪里不对劲，却又茫茫然。每天就是例行公事的上班下班，吃喝拉撒睡，简直就是个已经被设定好程序的机械人，当然也不会发问了。直到2016年的圣诞节，我不想扫朋友的兴，破例的和朋友去电影院看卡通片《海洋奇缘》猫娜。当时我是抱着既来之则安之的心态，我看戏的时候我很放松，笑声不断，直到其中的一个情节，当戏里的人问道：你是谁？你知道你究竟是谁吗？当时我的眼泪莫名其妙的、毫无预警的开始不由自主的扑簌簌的流个不停，什么都止不住。回到家，我还是百思不得其解，但是日子还是要过啊。忙起来，我把这事给忘了。第2年的年中，我终于病得无法正常的过日子，才被逼停下原有的脚步，放下身边所有的琐事，静下来。在休养的期间，我无意间看到新报章上新加坡方士总会刊登的文告，左小燕教授来新加坡讲授传统文化《道德经》。我心想，奇怪了，怎么这么巧？在休养的期间，我就老想着《道德经》，总觉得里面有我要寻找的东西。我上网找资料，还网购了文学大师们推荐的《道德经》来读。朋友也送了我一本台湾版的《道德经》。开始 我是兴致勃勃的读，但读没几章就变得兴致泱泱，读不下去了。直接告诉我，这些版本的道德经里没有我要找的东西。但是这次的偶遇，却让我遇见孙祥林教授在接受大道信息之后编著的《道德经》，让我这迷途的羔羊找到了迷失的魂，失落的心，找到了回家的方法和方向，让我知道了我是谁，我从哪里来，该往哪里去。虽然回家的路途遥远，并且也很艰辛，但至少我知道我有心，我的心有家，家在等我。其实真正的成就，真正的快乐，绝对不是在喧闹中的争名夺利中，更不在浮华里。试想想，当繁华落尽，蓦然回首的时候，你是否还记得你那初始之心呢？所以不要再游荡了，让我们的魂魄一起回家吧。谢谢。
Wow, 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 wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
We have finished 4 groups of speakers, and we have something like 50 of them who have spoken and shared with us. Now we're going to go into the next segment, which is basically Rotary Hours. And we have invited Rotarians to share with us their views, their perspective of what Rotary is all about and the world in which we face diversity, equity, inclusion. Before I talk about it, I would like to ask my honored Dr. Ernest Chen to talk about Rotary's first involvement in World Speech Day.
Well, Rotary is a well-known service organization in the world, and many of our committee members are Rotarians. So it's very natural when we organize the World Speech Day, when we add speakers. So these Rotarians, they are so gung-ho about Rotary service work. They always say, hey, we have many Rotarians willing to participate. I said, why not? So that's why they came in, and then we allocate certain hours and time for them to speak. So from strength to strength, they've been supporting the World Speech Day since 2016. I think we have to thank you, Rotarians, who make such a great effort to make World Speech Day a success.
Past President Tung Kok Wing, as a Rotarian, what have you to add?
Well, you are going to hear all these Rotarians, telling you what they do, how they serve communities, service above self. So listen to our voices.
Good, thank you, Tung Kok Wing. The very first speaker on the list during the Rotary Hour is none other than a crochet, but is none other than past President Tung Kok Wing.
Humanity is at the crossroads. Today, with the backlash against globalization growing, global citizenship education is ever more important. Some critics of globalization raise legitimate concerns about the ethics of interventionism by economic and political forces, and about the equity in the ways the global markets deliver prosperity. Others even voiced out darker thoughts on the place of economic migrants and political refugees in their societies. Sure, globalization has undoubtedly increased economic inequality and social disharmony around the world. This is an issue that global citizens must tackle head-on.
But we should not give up on globalization, give up the progress made in greater cultural exchange and the greater freedom from mankind to move around. In a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, I believe global citizenship education is a remedy for the growing antagonism towards a global society. The way forward is two-pronged. On the one hand, the people who have the global mindset must take action. On the other hand, the world needs more and more people to become global citizens, to believe in global citizenship. On the point of taking actions, there are three key aspects of an active role that people can play to achieve a better world for all. A concern for social justice, a concern for rights, and a concern for culture and cultural conflict. Today, we are already making a difference by playing an active role with regards to these three key aspects through the movements initiated by many interest groups. The World Speech Day is one of them. Rotary connects people around the world through humanitarian projects to serve local and global communities. And there are many more movements and initiatives. The next step forward that I would like to see is that all nations in the world invest in the education of the young to become global citizens, making the teaching of global citizenship an integral part of the school curriculum. Because our young people are the future citizens of the world. To be effective global citizens, our young people need to be flexible, creative, and proactive. They need to be able to solve problems, make decisions, think critically, communicate effectively, and work well within teams and groups. These skills and qualities, I believe, cannot be effectively developed without a global citizenship education curriculum using active learning methods through which our young learn by doing community projects and by collaborating with others. The world community connects us, and together we aim to make our world better, fairer, and more sustainable. My dream for a global society is that people will consider the health of the entire planet and to take action in their own communities and cities. People will consider the impact of all the decisions that they make based on the impact on the entire world. And people will together make the world a better place than it currently is for all mankind. To all the young people in the world, I would like to urge you to recognize the interconnectedness of life, respect cultural diversity and human rights, advocate global social justice, empathize with suffering people around the world, see the world as others see it, and feel a sense of moral responsibility for planet Earth. To all the nations in the world, I urge you to make global citizenship education an integral part of the school curriculum and turn all our young people to become citizens of the world.
Good day, everyone. I am Tan Mei Yan, a Rotarian and Toastmaster. Today, I will be speaking on Rotarians in COVID times. We Rotarians are people of action and committed to serve before self. We have always championed equity and inclusion across diverse communities in the world to make a difference to the people. As the COVID-19 pandemic ravages the world, Rotarians individually and collectively have reached out, stepped up to bring hope, and acted decisively to help, especially the weak and the vulnerable in the communities we serve. By the end of February 2019, more than 115 million people around the world have contracted COVID-19. Over 25 million have died. This is just over a period of about 14 months since February 2019, when the SARS coronavirus 2 virus first reared its ugly head. In the bid to stymie the spread of the COVID across nations, governments the world over closed borders, imposed strict control over movements of people and businesses, and locked down whole cities and entire regions. Overnight, many of the businesses, especially those in the brick and mortar businesses like services, travel, leisure, and entertainment, saw their businesses ground to a halt. As people have to stay home and be isolated, schools closed and institutions of learning, higher learning, for example, have to stop, and students and school children have to start their lessons online. Respecting no authority, sovereignty of nations, race, language, or religion, COVID struck heads of state and men in the street, the elderly and the young, the rich and the poor alike. As the world grappled with COVID and streets were deserted, parks and beaches were emptied, and people, especially in the service industry, lost their jobs. Apart from loss of lives and livelihoods, COVID-19 also showed up the inherent social, economic, and political fault lines more than ever before. People in the minority within civil societies that have been neglected. The weak and the vulnerable bore the brunt of the fury of COVID, often living in squalid, unhygienic conditions. They were the most vulnerable to COVID attack, and in many parts of the world, they were now considered a threat and ostracized by the rest of the community, who were better off and able to protect themselves against COVID. During this period of crisis across the world, Rotarians have banded together, rallied to the call for help to bring hope and provide a lifeline to these often neglected groups like migrant workers, the elderly frail without familial support, and those who are stranded across the world far away from the home because they cannot travel. In the bid to stymie the spread of COVID, governments have closed borders, and the travel is now no longer part of our lives. For expatriates working far away from home and students who have traveled overseas to study, they can now only connect with their families through the internet, via Zoom or audio calls or video calls. However, not all is gloom and doom. For COVID also showed us that there is hope for our Mother Earth. Reports of clear blue skies returning to urban centers and cities that have been shrouded in smog. Wildlife wandering back onto the streets and backyards of homes that were normally dominated by vehicular and human traffic shows that there is a glimmer of hope for us to rescue the earth. We can prevent further destruction to the earth through our wanton ways in exploiting Mother Earth's resources. We have seen the all of the fury of Earth unleashed by drastic and life-threatening floods, wildfires that roared through forests, destroying homes and lives. The ability to do something to stop this wanton destruction has always been part of Rotary's commitment. Through the various pilots that we have done with our partners across various parts of the world, developed and underdeveloped, poor, neglected parts of the world, in Africa, indigenous people who have often been neglected, Rotarians have come forward to provide safe water, control and prevent waterborne diseases, and others communicable diseases like dengue and polio. Our End Polio Now project is one of the most outstanding and significant. In Singapore, the Rotary E-Club of 3310 has, through its friends and fellow Rotarians, raised donations in cash and kind to procure personal protection equipment and provide food and shelter for a number of the migrant workers, as well as the elderly frail without familial support. We have also initiated and will be implementing a pilot Eco Water Garden project in a rural community in Indonesia with the Rotary Club of Bandung. The aim of this project is to provide a sustainable ecosystem for the rural community by channeling human waste which have been polluting the surrounding waterways into underground pipings to be brought into a sump for conversion into fertilizers that will be used for farming. By introducing a sustainable farming that will not hurt the environment, we will also be able to help these poor rural folks rise above the poverty line that they have been destined to. Together, as Rotarians, we have also responded and called for a change in the way we look at the earth. In this crisis, whilst many businesses and many people have lost their jobs or be retrenched, other technologically driven industries riding on the internet highway have brought hope and provided a viable means for many businesses to seek alternative modes of operation. Online shopping, for example, and the ability to connect across the oceans, across the world to various people, are the only means when locked down to stay in contact. And we Rotarians are no different. We have leveraged on the internet, for example, by using Zoom, audio and video calls to stay in connection with each other despite the physical distancing. As Rotarians, we need to be role models for our community to comply with the social distancing measures and keep ourselves safe. We need to look after ourselves and look out for our fellow Rotarians and friends, as well as everyone in the community. Only this can help us to protect ourselves from harm and continue to work on providing help, care, and hope to the diverse communities we are having to serve. Indeed, community is now at the crossroads, and a delicate and fine balancing is needed to address the multitude and complex challenges that COVID has brought to the fore. The diversity in cultures, social and political systems have to be addressed, and the efforts of Rotarians need to be continued. We are not a panacea and cannot solve all the problems faced by the earth. But together we can work hand in hand to assure more equity and inclusion and address the diverse issues that we need to face as we move forward. We have achieved quite a miracle, and our scientists and researchers have brought hope by giving us the vaccine to protect ourselves against infection. But we are still not out of the woods, and we need to continue to work towards ensuring that lives and livelihoods can be restored as soon as possible within what we Rotarians can do to help each other as well as the rest of the community in need. Thank you.
I am past president and charter member of Rotary E Club 3310. My topic for today is humanitarian aid through vocation. My vocation, I started my company Astran Singapore Private Limited since 1994. In the year 2004, in Indonesia, Banda Aceh, there was a tsunami. It was one of the time that we offered our complete support backup for Red Cross, Mercy, and Rotary International. Logistics is the back end. Not only we do general business, we feel that humility is very important towards human beings. So we had the experience. It was an experience that we never forget. Through this experience, we gained to learn to be better. So in year 2013, in Philippines, a big typhoon known as Haiyan, it was again another different experience. We were also supporting Red Cross International, and through our Rotary Sisters Club in Philippines, Mercy, we delivered and support them through logistics service in terms of air, sea, and packaging. Because that event was also very devastating. Many people didn't have good water. So we sent sauce, packed a lot of water filters and sent to them. Each of the disaster havoc that created on Earth ever since 2004, each of them are unique in their own way. So from here, we move on. And we are always ready, not only 24/7, we call it 25/7. Sometimes we don't sleep when disasters really come. We are always ever ready. That is where we pride ourselves as one of the #1 preferred service provider for SME. Astran is basically set up since 1994. We had been in ASEAN and sector for the last, I could say, almost 30 years. Half of my lifetime is spent on logistics. So we are very familiar with the issues, the problems, the customs, and the situation. Never did we know, 2015, a big earthquake happens in Nepal. Again, we garnered interactors, rotaractors, schools, volunteers in my warehouse. We did 24/7, or rather 25/7 packing. And then we sent to the site. So this was one of the very important issue that I always like to say. We should always learn to help to take care of each other. As a human being, I always ask myself, in one lifetime, how much time do we have to live? How much years do we have to live? I have passed my life 60. I'm 64 now. So I always believe that in situations like this, we should learn, be it any pandemic or any of the situations, we should always be ready. So last year, 2020, COVID-19 was a very devastating, we call it a disaster. It was, through my experience, over the few years that I accumulated, we also supported the international team by repacking lots of masks, elevators, the air elevators, all the pandemic COVID needs. And through the process, we learned it is not about money. Money cannot buy everything. It's talking about life and people. So I decided from now on to set up what we call ADHAC, Astran Disaster Humanitarian Aid Center. always in mind, and my goal is to set up here in Singapore so that we can outreach to pandemic situation or disaster situation in Asia. And I hope that our message is clear. Humanitarian will aids provide through our own vocation. That is what we can do and offer. Have a good day. Bye.
My name is Cindy Yan, and my topic for today is Making a Difference the Mother Teresa Way. The world is full of good people, but if you cannot find one, be one. These words by Mother Teresa left a very deep impression with me. Who is Mother Teresa? Mother Teresa, an Albanian, was born on the 26th of August in 1910. Even at the age of 12, she was so fascinated by the lives of the missionaries that when she was 18, she joined the Sisters of Loreto in Ireland so that she can serve the mission in India. She even learned several other languages besides Albanian. She learned English, Serbian, Bengali, and Hindi, so she can communicate with the people she served better. She went out of India on many occasions to rescue children and women from the war zones. She also went to Ethiopia to help the poor and the disadvantaged. Mother Teresa also set up the missionaries of charity to take in the poor, the homeless, the blind, the lepers, basically all those unloved, uncared for, and unwelcomed by their society. In 1952, she converted a Hindu temple into a hospice to take in all those who were dying, regardless of their faith or their religion. To Mother Teresa, everybody who, even though they lived a life of animal, deserved to be wanted and loved and die as angels. Her simple philosophy was, if you judge, you have no time to love. Unfortunately, in 1997, at the age of 87, Mother Teresa fell ill and passed away. By then, her missionaries of charity already expanded to 610 missions spread across 123 countries. Her devotion to the poor and to the disadvantaged was really exemplary. What have I learned from Mother Teresa? I have learned that her love was unconditional. She consistently embraced diversity, equity, and inclusivity. She believed the good that you do today will be forgotten anyway. So be good, do good anyway. She also thought happiness is in the moment. It is in that moment that matters, and you don't need more. And if you do anything for people, does not mean you have to do a lot. It is more important the love that you put in what you do that matters. So as a new Rotarian, I saw an opportunity where we can come together not only to serve the humanitarian side of the community, but also develop the youth in this changing world. If we combine all the expertise, the talents, the experience, the skills, the knowledge of all the Rotarians, we provide golden opportunities to empower our youth today. If you are good in talent management, especially in the areas where we can groom and develop the youth with special abilities, driving entrepreneurship in them, teaching them physical, mental wellness, helping them to manage financial management, educating them on climate change and its sustainability, technology, innovation, advancement, social services. The list goes on. There is always a way, said Mother Teresa. Let us join our forces together. And I hope Mother Teresa's words of wisdom will be a good guide to all of us in making a difference. In the end, we will only regret the chance we didn't take, said Mother Teresa. Together, we can be true to our Rotary's vision to see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe in our communities and in ourselves. Thank you, and may the force be with us.
Good day, everybody. My name is Stephanie Son. I'm the club secretary of Rotary E-Club of 3310 here in Singapore. I'm a working mother. I have 2 boys. I work for an energy-related information technology company in a sales role. Today, I want to share with you the inspirations I got over the years, and especially the pandemic last year got me thinking, what is the most important in life? One for sure is being happy. Many of my working mother friends, including myself, face a lot of frustrations and struggles. We are trying so hard to balance between work and life. We want to become the best mother for our children, but sometimes we feel so guilty when we have to spend too much time on work. Today, I want to share with you my 3 little tips that help you to unlock inner strength and stay happy. Number 1, love yourself. We have many relationships that we need to deal with in our lives, with our parents, spouse, children, friends, and co-workers. The most important relationship is with ourselves. We have to love ourselves first. Wake up in the morning and feel I'm so happy with who I am. Accept ourselves and embrace our mind and our body. You deserve love and respect. Love yourself first is the foundation to develop and maintain good relationships with others, because your feelings, your health, your well-being, and your happiness are important too. Number 2, if you cannot forgive it, then forget about it. Life has small hurdles and big hurdles, one after another. That's normal. You might be treated unprofessionally in workplace, or you were bothered by office politics. Well, think about it in a different way, because all those situations push you out of your comfort zone and eventually make you a stronger person. It might be difficult to forgive some people who hurt you. Try to forget about it and move on, because sometimes we tend to focus on 1 or 2 or 3 very small group of people who means nothing in your lives, but forgot those hundreds of people who love us and cared about us. Number 3, be a smart woman. I grew up in a very traditional Chinese family where women used to sacrifice a lot. Like my mother and my grandmother, they work as chef, cook, nanny, 24/7. Well, I can't do that. One thing that makes me very happy in the past few years was I gradually transformed my husband into a very hands-on daddy. I'm a working mother, I'm busy, I want to enjoy my life, so he has to share the responsibilities with me. I created lots of opportunities for him to be alone with our children. For example, when I need to go out with my friends for coffee or for shopping, or when I need to fellowship with my dear fellow Rotarians, or sometimes I just be very honest and open with him that I'm so tired and I need to be alone. Men have lots of potentials in taking care of the kids. Trust them and give them opportunities. Just don't freak out when they feed the kids Oreos for breakfast. I hope what I shared today will inspire you in your life. If you're also a working mother like me, unlock your inner strengths and be a smart woman and enjoy life, because happiness is very important. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, my name is Juho Lääkkölä. I'm happy to take part of this great day. And please hear out my thoughts from the Arctic Circle. More precisely from the Lapland, Finland, where I have born 40 years ago. So I'm a Finnish citizen, but I used to live almost 6 years in Southeast Asia. And I'm proud to say I became a member of Rotary Club E3310 of Singapore. And also the service above self runs deep in my family, since my father is a Rotarian, and very happy that my sister joined the movement and is also active Rotarian herself too. I have graduated university actually twice. I hold 2 masters, one in engineering and other in business. One could say very valuable assets. Wow, what a career you have. But I thought otherwise. Since after serving 2 decades in the global business, I decided to resign. I left my work and my role in a senior management. I changed serving the money, serving the people. So currently I am in middle of the life-changing transition, and among the key aspirations was the Rotary Northern Lights Institute that took place last year, that I helped and organized together with our director Virpi Honkala. And one of the main takeaways during that institute was that I decided to join Rotary Disaster Aid Europe, that soon will be registered NGO. One of the main goals with disaster aid is to help people in need in Lebanon, Beirut, that are still suffering devastating explosion in the harbor that left many families and livelihoods ruined. So I have already volunteered among helping them already to go myself personally this summer to Beirut and participate hands-on to rebuilding project of the hospital. That is our main goal. And actually be present where the helping action happens. As you can see, I'm now standing in middle of nowhere, deep in the forest. But in the same time, I feel very safe and healthy. Sadly, this is not the case for many people in the world. I personally believe that safety as well as health are two most important values, rights of the human people. It doesn't discriminate rich or poor. And with this powerful silence of the forest, I want you to think about your daily tasks, your daily actions, your daily choices, decisions. It's you who is making the moral and ethical choices in everyday life. I saw my example. Please join the mission and we change together world for better.
Okay, so nice to meet you, everybody, and then thank you very much for this great opportunity to talk about my experiences, especially the situation of the person with visually impaired and then policy development in Myanmar. My name is Yuta Momose. I am now studying at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore, and then I am a Rotary Global Grants Scholar and supported by 2660 district, especially Sita Rotary Club, Singapore Rotary in 3310 district. So today I'm going to talk about my experience in Myanmar, because I work as an NGO worker in the last 4.5 years staying in Myanmar, and then I was worked for the social development for the visually impaired population, especially the policy making with the Myanmar Ministry of Social Welfare, Relief and Resettlement. Okay, so let me start talking about the visually impaired population in Myanmar. You know, like Myanmar is like one of the developing countries, honestly, and then the country is a bit poor. However, among them, the situation of the visually impaired population is really left behind compared to the other. Although there are so many blind people due to their lifestyle or due to the lack of medical resources, so over 1 million population, and then more than 2% of the total population is the blind. However, there are only 2 national blind schools in Myanmar. You know, for example, in Japan, there are over 100 blind schools, but only 2 in Myanmar. And then more importantly, since, you know, they are really hard to see, so it is really difficult for them to have their own way to make an earning. You know, so only 35.6% of the population has their way of, making livelihood. And then rest of the population just stay in their home without doing anything, because, you know, they cannot do anything. At the same time, their parents want to hide them in their home, you know, due to the cultural reasons. So once they are born in the blind, they don't have any chances to interact or participate in the society. Then my NGO has has conducted a vocational training since 2010, and then we taught, medical massage as a way of living for them. However, I realized, like, you know, not the issue of vocational training to save the entire society. I researched how developing countries, especially Myanmar, is different from the other developed country like Japan. What's the difference between them? And I realized, okay, common sense of like, okay, developing countries, like, you know, lack of medical or food or education and so on. However, the fundamental reason why developing countries really left behind for the vulnerable population is like the existence of the law or policy, you know what to say, social policy to protect more job opportunity or protect their income for the disability. In Japan, there are so many policies to promote their job opportunity. However, Myanmar, not at all, you know. So that is why I mean, you know, actually there's a reason, you know, because like Myanmar after independence, like, you know, Myanmar experienced a long military regime, so they don't make any social policy to protect them. However, now after democratizing in 2010, this is the first chance of the country to make that kind of policy or law. So our NGO has established, I mean, advocate to the Myanmar Ministry of Social Welfare, Relief and Resettlement, and then we established a steering committee for the blind massage system development, as well as the policy development committee for the person with disability. Our committee is targeting to give some job priority in some field like medical massage, or I mean, we try to introduce the quota system that private company must hire a certain percentage of the disability population, because in Japan, that kind of law make a significant difference of the employment for the disability. So in conclusion, I believe like in developing country, we need any assistance. However, the policy, I mean, existence of policy makes really matter for the participation for the disability, I mean, the person with disability toward the society. So I like to contribute this area in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is a short sharing of this book, Undo It, which was gifted by my good friend Carol, and this is taken from chapter 4, which is focusing on Eat Well. The book is by Dr. Dean Ornish and also his partner Anne Ornish. Now we look at an Ayurvedic saying, and this Indian saying is quite interesting. When diet is wrong, medicine is of no use. When diet is right, medicine is of no need. So here we look at food pharmacopoeia, that is food as medicine. So we ask, what's the best medicine? What's the best food? It's whole foods, plant-based diet. So whole foods means in its natural state, and plant-based, not meat, but plants. So we look at good carbs and good proteins. What would be our choices? Vegetables, fruits, whole grains, which would be beans, lentils, dry peas, legumes, soya products, which I personally like very much, nuts and seeds. Of course, nuts and seeds, because they have quite a bit of oil, moderate amount. So the main principles are natural unprocessed state, what you see in the diagram, rather than those in cans and jars, although those are more convenient. We partake of less oil, less sodium, and we should up our fiber intake. Now we look at protein-based diet based on plants. Is it possible? A lot of people still think that you need to eat meat to have the best protein. That's not the case. When you combine the foods, as we see here, rice and beans, tacos and beans, tofu and rice, which is one of my favorite, the mapo tofu, which is really spicy, in Sichuan style, it's very nice. Pasta and beans in different sauces, and black-eyed peas and rice. So all this, as you can see in the picture combined, is quite delectable, quite delicious as well. Now, Dr. Dean Ornish has completed some convincing studies, and using diet, he has really averted a lot of illnesses with the heart. So when he gave a decrease in fat intake in his respondents, there are no new coronary artery blockages. But when again they increase the fat, there's actually more coronary artery blockages in the heart. And when they substitute good carbs, which we mentioned before, whole foods, vegetables, you see two bonuses: decrease in severity as well as decrease in the number of coronary artery blockages. Now, coronary artery blockages are very, very dangerous. As you can compare these two arteries, the one on the left is the normal artery with the endothelium, which is the inside lining of the artery, still very pliable. So you can imagine it's like a young pipe, very pliable, and the artery wall is to protect it. However, if you have a diseased artery, that means one partakes of too much oil, you can get a lot of plaque on the side, which is like thickened fat, and blood clots. When this happens, it can be quite dangerous, and depending where the clot goes, it can result in strokes and heart attacks. So let's embark on a much healthier diet to stay healthy. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you all the best in your choices for a healthy lifestyle. Thank you.
Greetings to all Rotarians and all friends of Rotarians. My name is Kesava Pani. I started life as a teacher, working life as a teacher, went on to become a diplomat, and finally I became the head of a research institute, the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies. I've chosen the title, Many Mountains to Climb, Many Hills to many rivers to cross. The reason I chose this title is, for me, it embodies the widespread work done by Rotarians the world over, and there is no end to it. We will still go on to cross many more rivers and climb many more mountains. I would like to especially focus on two incidents which brought me to Rotary. The first one is the Rotary Club of Raffles City. The then president, the late Dr. Jimmy Daruvala, called for a meeting to discuss an initiative to set up the Dyslexia Association of Singapore. This was about 30 years ago. I was then already in the diplomatic service, but my wife was a trained teacher in special needs. So I had to go along to be the driver, and ended up by being co-opted into the committee, and thus began the work of Dyslexia Association of Singapore. When we started, few people knew what was the meaning of the word dyslexia, let alone how to spell it. So it was very hard work. Right from the beginning, we had the offer of a place to start our work given by Mr. Lee Chong Yam, the then senior officer in MFA and in the People's Association. From there we started, and today we have 13 centers. And our breakthrough was when the late Senior Minister Lee Kuan Yew himself came out to say that he is also mildly dyslexic. That was a thing, and today we have touched more than 10,000 students. When you make 10,000 students, you add the family, it is quite a big spread. But that is only you're only scratching at the bottom. There's a long way to go. But I will now turn to my second example, and this is also our former lady president, Lady Swarup. She was a person which suffered from a disease called Crohn's colitis. And again, it was a very rare disease, and we never heard about it. But since she herself was suffering, she wanted whether there were other people also suffering from that. So she formed a group, and within 6 months, she had 300 people joining in to say, I am also suffering from this disease. So you can imagine just the action of one person bringing out others to the journey. And together they have now formed an association which is in partnership with NUS Duke University for research on this subject. NITI has also taken steps to spread this to ASEAN and the wider region. So it is an example of how a Rotarian selflessly does service for not only the community in Singapore, but also the community in the region and elsewhere. These two examples bring to me that Rotary has a lot of potential still to go, and anyone with an idea can come in and do the thing. I also was involved together with another former president, George Abraham. We heard about a place in Mumbai where children were staying with workers. And we managed to get the children away and put them in a school and have been educating them. So anybody can do service through Rotary. And the beautiful thing is you will not be doing it alone. You have the Rotary Foundation worldwide or body, which will come in to help you with the funding. You just have to give a initial amount from your local sources, and then Rotary Foundation can come in. So that way, I think we are a global organization, and I think there is a lot more that we can do. And on this auspicious occasion, I wish all my Rotarian friends, all my other friends, a very glorious and happy forward, notwithstanding COVID. COVID should not be taken as an excuse. Within COVID, we still can do, as many people are doing, like providing food, providing transport, all kinds of things. So on that note, I think we see more of Rotary's work everywhere. And my club, the Rotary Club of Raffles City, will be available and open to anybody who wants to join us in serving the people. Service above self is our motto. Finally, I will mention my patron saint, Mother Teresa, who told me, we all can't do great things, but we can all do small things with great love. That, in essence, is the work that Rotary has been doing, will be doing for the sake of humanity.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and delighted to be a part of World Speech Day event and to be in front of you all. It is wonderful to be here to hear from all extraordinary speakers of this occasion. Before I go on, let me introduce myself. I am Aisha Siddiqa Sheli, Additional Commissioner of Taxes at the National Board of Revenue in Bangladesh. I am also a former diplomat, having served as Councillor Labour at the Bangladesh High Commission in Singapore from 2014 to 2019. I am also the founder and chief advisor of the Blue Sky Charitable Foundation, a non-profit organization working on breast cancer awareness and activism in Bangladesh. My Rotary journey started with Rotary E-Club of 3310 in Singapore, and I am currently the president of Rotary Club of Aroma, Dhaka. My professional and organizational work has often involved working with women's welfare in Bangladesh. We recently celebrated International Women's Day on March 8. This is why today I want to speak to you all about the status of women in Bangladesh and how we need to strive towards creating an equal world for all genders. Women in Bangladesh are oppressed in different ways. This tradition has been going on for thousands of years. Even with the passage of time and the realization of significant progress in women's rights around the world, the scope and variety of oppression on women are so great that it should be termed as crimes against women instead of calling it oppression against women or attack on women. Men engage in exploitation and dominance over women by inflicting both mental, physical, and financial oppression on them. For this reason, women all over the country continue to be confined within the boundaries of four walls, deprived of the opportunity to thrive and flourish in their lives. In Bangladesh, women have significantly lower economic participation and women's labor receive little to no wages for equal work. They are deprived of proper education, healthcare services, as well as power and decision-making capabilities in their lives and within their families because of extreme patriarchal domination and religious superstitions. Early and forced marriages of young girls and women remain a major problem in Bangladesh, a dangerous and harmful practice that denies millions of women the chance to exercise agency and control over their lives and well-being. Despite the advances in legal system and socio-cultural changes, women of this country fall victim to harassment and torture. Physical torture, partner abuse, rape, fatwa, acid throwing, and different types of sexual harassment and blackmailing are some of the instruments through which society and culture have always kept women under patriarchal domination. The intensity of oppression on women is far greater in impoverished rural areas than among urban educated women. Many incidents do not come to light for the threat of retaliation or for the fear of losing family status and prestige. Although there are strict laws and warnings from lawmakers and the government, there is still a long way to go before we can create a fair, safe, and equal world for women in Bangladesh. It has been said that an equal world is an enabled world. But how can we create a world that is truly equal for all? We can do so by identifying and raising awareness against bias. We have to actively challenge and call our gender bias and inequality. We have to continue pushing and striving towards equality by investing in women's education, health, workplace participation, and safety, along with all other areas of policy and public sector. But our attitudes and culture have to change as well. We need to create a culture which does not see women as the other, as objects that can be dominated and exploited, but rather as full, complicated, equal, and valuable human beings who are worthy of dignity, respect, and opportunity as they make their way into this world. Only then we can create an inclusive world for women and girls in Bangladesh and beyond. Thank you all.
Dear friends, I thank the Rotary E-Club of Singapore 3310 for inviting me to be with you on World Speech Day to share my thoughts, my personal thoughts on making Rotary a way of life. Let me give you my own story. I joined Rotary in 1986 as at that time they were making the millionth Rotarian. So I joined in 86 and then quickly joined various committees. sometimes more than one committee. I found I had a flair for writing, so I edited the club bulletin for at least 7 or 8 years out of these. And then within about 10 years or so became the club president. I am an eye surgeon, and up to then my exposure, my so-called friends were all fellow eye surgeons or fellow doctors. It was amazing to meet people from different walks of life in Rotary and working in different committees where everyone had a different way of working. The committee heads, because I was a member of committees, not the head of committees right away. So working with people who had different styles of functioning, different ways of saying yes, different ways of saying no, everyone working towards the same goal. But the professional development, the speech making, the various facets of your personality really grow when you soil your hands in Rotary. So there are two types of Rotarians according to me. One is the type which is a checkbook Rotarian. He comes to meetings sometimes. I'm not talking of COVID times, but when there were physical meetings, he comes to meetings sometimes, doesn't come when when he's got other business engagements to keep him busy, gives his fees on time, occasionally contributes to charitable projects by a check. So these are what I call the checkbook Rotarians. At some point they will get disillusioned with Rotary, they will find their professional other life more appealing, and gradually they will either leave Rotary or become complete backbenchers. The other type is what I urge every Rotarian to be, and that is somebody who soils their hands in Rotary. I don't mean it literally. I don't say that you have to go out in the fields and plant trees and soil your hands, but I mean it figuratively, that all of us need to get involved with whatever the club is doing. So get into different committees. Every year try and choose a different committee so that you get an overall picture. After about 10 years, I became the club president, and it was an amazing experience. We had a club of about 100 people. So dealing with all of them, everyone is your equal. Not like in an office where you're the boss and others are subordinates. No one in Rotary is your subordinate. You have to cajole them to do things. You have to get them to volunteer. You have to make them feel good about whatever they're doing. And still you have to make sure that the club moves ahead and leaves a higher benchmark for the next president. So I think the trick in this is to get involved, and only if you make Rotary a way of life would you really enjoy Rotary. I went one step further. We hosted Rotary. We have some wonderful programs, international programs. One of them is the Rotary Youth Exchange. So I hosted Rotary Youth Exchange students in my home. My daughter went to France for a year as a 16-year-old or so, about 20 years ago. And she had a phenomenal experience. Never knew, didn't know any French, did schooling in French over there, learned so much and broadened her outlook. So take part in these programs which are tailor-made. The Rotary polio eradication, hopefully sooner or later it won't be there, but we are still part of Rotary polio eradication. So these are some of the other places. Choose good people to become Rotary Peace Scholars. We have so many Peace University programs where they get phenomenal training, but we need to choose the right people who can come back. Say, choose a Singapore police officer who can go there, come back and use his skills to diffuse tense situations in Singapore itself. So there are so many ways in which we can all participate. Another one I love is whenever I'm abroad, I try and attend different clubs, and that broadens my perspective. I come back and tell my home club, this is how they do it in Singapore, this is how they do it in London, and we all learn from this. And of course, you're in Rotary for your vocation, so you do use your vocation to the best of you can. If you're a chartered accountant, if you're an eye doctor, you will use that. So friends, get involved, enjoy Rotary, make Rotary a way of life. Thank you so much.
Someone said compassion is the root of all religions. But I firmly believe compassion is religion. Compassion leads to charity. Most of us are capable of enriching the society. But we can give money, we can start an institution, we can volunteer to be a teacher, or you can be a visitor to an old age home where you talk to old people. There could be a million ways of enriching the society. Whatever you have, you can give it. You have time, you can give your time. If you have the talent, you can share your talent. You have the capability to do something, you can do that. You have money, you can share your money. But ladies and gentlemen, we are very intelligent. We are supremely intelligent people. We invent a reason for not doing, for not enriching the society. Most of us believe that somebody else will take care of the society. But my dear friends, remember this. When you are gone, who will remember you? When you are no more in this world, who will miss you? What would you like to be written on your tombstone? How will your children remember you? My dear friends, the time to think on that is right now. After this, it will be too late. Nobody would remember you for how much you made in this world, how much you earned. You made millions of dollars. Nobody would remember you for that. People would remember you how much you spent on society. What did you do to enrich the people? There was a man in eastern part of India, in a remote village near a town named Gaya. Once his wife met with an accident, and the nearest medical facility was around 55 kilometers. He took her on his shoulder and walked for 55 kilometers. That means he crossed the mountain 55 kilometers and reached other side to the medical clinic. But unfortunately, a lot of blood had flowed out and his wife succumbed to injury. This man took a vow that hereinafter nobody from my village would have to undergo this suffering. He took a vow to cut out that mountain. People laughed at him. People made fun of him because this sounds quite outlandish. Can you believe, my dear friends? He worked relentlessly 22 years. He would start early in the morning and work till late in the evening. Without a holiday, he worked for 22 years. And guess what? He cut out the entire mountain. The distance of 55 kilometers shortened into a distance of 15 kilometers. Thereby he saved 40 kilometers of walking for the entire villagers. What government could not do, or possibly did not like to do, he did it. People called him lunatic when he started that project. Obviously, only a lunatic can do this. Today, the two sides are connected. Children from this side of the village can go to school on the other side. People who need medical facility can go to the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has become immortal. That pathogen has been named after him. He's been recognized with lots and lots of awards. But then that is beside the point. You're not enriching the society for recognition. You are enriching the society because that is your life purpose. That is your life mission. That's your objective. That is what makes you a complete human being. I urge upon each one of you to do something and become immortal. Leave a footprint whereby people would walk on that. What would you like to be inscribed on that tombstone? You have to decide that today. Otherwise, it will be too late. Thank you.
That's the end of the Rotary Hour. We have 12 wonderful Rotarians who have shared with all of you. Thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed yourself. Over to you.
This year, the Rotaractors worked hand in hand with the Rotarians, the Toastmasters under Elevate Rotaract and Rotary Toastmasters Alliance, jointly hosting this event. So it is time for us to hand over the control to the next two hosts from the Rotaractors.
So ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome the Rotaract Showcase and the two MC, Thomas and Jaewon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the World Speech Day Youth Showcase segment. So my friends at the YouTube and Facebook Live, if you are ready, give us a YES. Yes, let's get the energy and enthusiasm all the way up to the max. All right, so while all of you are beginning to stream in, I would also love to survey the mood of our fellow friends here in Rotary House. So, my friends in Rotary House, if you are ready, give me a yes. Yeah. Woo! As you can see, everyone is energetic and ready to go. So, everyone, my name is Thomas. I will be your host for today, and I'm privileged to be joined by a beautiful co-host, Jaewon, who will be sharing with us together a little bit more about Rotaract. So, Jaewon, please share with everyone here all around the world what Rotaract is.
Sure. Thank you, Thomas, for the introduction. So many of us know about Rotary, but you may want to know more about that. The Rotary has the youth movement. So in Rotary family, we have young people who are doing very similar kinds of projects. And then we call them the Rotaractors. So Rotaract originally began as a Rotary International Youth Program in 1968 at Charlotte North Rotary Club in Charlotte, USA. It was more than 50 years ago, and today we have around 250,000 of Rotaractors compared to 1.2 million Rotarians worldwide.
Wow, such a long and rich history. And it also must be known that it is recognized that Rotarians and Rotaractors make individual contributions and have different membership experiences. But they serve side by side in a shared desire to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and most importantly, in ourselves. So together we can impact and inspire more people.
So with that, we are very excited to have our Rotaractors on board today with us for the World Speech Day. And we can't wait to hear the speeches from all of you. So before we start, let us welcome our organizing chair, District Rotaract Representative-elect Diva, to give us the welcome address. So Diva, please.
Good afternoon to everyone around the world. I would like to first thank you for taking your time off to watch World Speech Day 2021. In 2016, I was right here on stage delivering my first speech ever during World Speech Day. Time flies, and 5 years later, I'm right here again now as the organizing chair of the first ever Rocheck Youth Showcase segment. Rocheck has evolved in these many years, with aspiring young individuals joining in to serve the community. In 2019, a decision was made by Rotary International to elevate Rocheck, bringing Rotary and Rocheck side by side, working together, sharing a common goal. One of Rocheck's 6 goals is to develop the Rocheckers' leadership and professional skills. And I'm very thankful for the opportunity given by Rotary E-Club 3310 and Toastmasters to bring in Rocheckers to share and portray their skills and their perspective on this year's World Speech Day theme, Humanity at Crossroads, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Today, we have 14 aspiring Rocheckers who will be delivering their speeches right here, and I hope you will sit back and enjoy the showcase. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deva, for your inspirational opening address. And right now, I would love to welcome our District Rotaract representative, Chu Taiwan, to deliver some words. So, Taiwan, please.
So a very good afternoon to everyone. So good afternoon to VG Mohan for being our guest of honor, Rotarians, Toastmasters, all the guests in this Rotary House, and of course all the viewers from all around the world. So welcome to World Speech Day Singapore 2021. So although today, it's a little pity that we are holding it, in a way, kind of a hybrid, not fully physical, and we're unable to accommodate more physical audience. But I think virtual has a benefit as well, is that we are now able to reach out to more people around the world for you all to join us in this great occasion. So actually World Speech Day is not just only conducted in Singapore context. It has always been an occasion celebrated by more than 100 nations all around the world to celebrate the beauty of speeches and also speaking at live events. So today, I'm very delighted to say that we have 7, students from ITE College Central, as well as other 7 Rotaractors who will be, filming their virtual videos. They'll be showing their speech and sharing their perspectives to all of us. And I believe that there'll be a lot of educational offerings for us today. And the theme for this year is actually Humanity at Crossroads, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So as all of you all know, these are all the buzzwords in recent years. And I think it is a very good and fantastic topic because now the world is trying to explore and also trying to find out ways where they can embrace more identities and as well as to incorporate these little techniques as well as strategies in their own companies and organizations to remove their barriers and biases. So we definitely welcome all these positive changes, and we want to hear from the young people on what they think about this issue and what they have to talk about on this topic. So without further ado, let us continue with the rest of the program and hope all of you will enjoy this session today. Thank you.
So thank you, Taiwan. So we shall now begin with the community segment speeches. So today we have 7 Rotaractors who will be delivering the wonderful speeches on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So now it's time for us to sit back, relax, and enjoy.
All right, so our first speaker is Ryan Yap Chen Wei from Rotaract Club of Simu, Sarawak. Ryan is a data science major, minoring in marketing, and currently he is in his final year of studies. He likes listening to music and running, and he is also involved in debate for the past 5 years, and so he claims that he enjoys arguing with people politely. His favorite movie is Velociraptor. He highly recommends it, and his speech title for today is How Media Stifles Diversity and Inclusivity is Exclusive. Sit back and enjoy.
Hi, my name's Ryan. I'm a data science student from Kuching, and with this year's Rotary Speech Day theme being diversity and inclusion, I initially wanted to give a speech on discrimination, things like racism and sexism, but I thought, those speeches have been done a lot before. And I instead wanted to focus on something I think is a little more unnoticed, and that's actually diversity of thought. and how in the modern era of technology, I think the way that we use technology and social media actually pushes us to discriminate those with differing views than us. So what do I mean by this? Firstly, I think we can all agree that information online is rampant, right? We see and process so much information from so many sources every day, all day, right? Whether it's Twitter, WhatsApp, whatever it is, we get so much information. And we can't possibly process all this information, right? It's tiring, it's exhausting, and honestly, it's just impossible. You cannot fact check everything your grandma sends you in your WhatsApp group chat. So at some point, with all these information sources, what we do is we start to select sources that we deem credible. We start to pick out social media pages, news pages, all these sources that we think are more credible than the rest. And these sources that we pick usually are sources that tend to hold views that are the same as ours, because those things make sense to us. We've already built our world with our views, and we find these social media pages that reaffirm our beliefs and views. And what happens is this creates an echo chamber, because not only do I have my personal beliefs, but now when I go online, I also see other people that share the same views as me, and therefore they only help reaffirm my views. I start to keep on believing that yes, my views are correct, my views are right. And what happens is when I finally meet someone that has different views than me, it doesn't make sense. My views are right. In fact, my views are fundamentally right. They're better than yours. Your views are just wrong. And I think what exacerbates this issue is the anonymity of the internet. Because everyone's anonymous on the internet and everyone can leave comments, what you usually see when two people argue and bicker on the internet is it's very easy for us to publicly shame and call people out and insult them for having different views than us online. And this antagonizes people. And this is one of the biggest problems that plagues diversity of thought, which is that when we are stuck in echo chambers and we keep believing that our views are inherently better than others, we start antagonizing people that have different views from us. We start to believe that, what these people believe in is wrong. What these people believe in is stupid. Like, obviously what I think is right and what I think is better than what they think. And what happens is, because we think that our views are so fundamentally better than theirs, we don't bother understanding their views because we think our views are superior. Their views don't matter because they're wrong, so we don't need to understand them. And we start antagonizing each side. I think the biggest example of this is US politics, where a country is divided by its politics, and they don't want to understand the other side on a political spectrum. They just think your views are bad, and because your views are so wrong, I don't need to understand it because it is wrong. Why would I want to understand something that is wrong? And even if we look globally, there are differing views all around the world when it comes to issues like political issues like immigration that plague every country in the world. Political issues like Israel's sovereignty, right? All these kinds of different issues that people have differing views, but people aren't willing to have a conversation and understand each other because they think other people's views are wrong. Now, obviously, there are views that are inherently bad, like all women deserve to be in the kitchen. That's inherently sexist. But we cannot ever understand how the other side came to this view, or much less even change their mind, if we don't bother to understand them and have a conversation with them. Because what happens is all we do is we antagonize the other side. We think your views are bad and I don't need to understand them or understand you because you're wrong. I think one of the biggest problems with how fast information goes around the web is that we start to take things we see at a glance on our phone screen as facts. And we start to build our world and reaffirm our views with those facts. So when we meet someone that has different views than that, we think they're wrong. And we believe that our views are inherently superior than theirs because our views keep getting reaffirmed by the news pages and sources of information that we follow online. And we start to antagonize other views. We call these views wrong, we call them bad, we call the people that hold these views wrong and bad, and we don't bother having a conversation with them. But while it's important to objectively understand and evaluate different views, we also need to make sure that we have a conversation with people. The most important thing to diversity and inclusivity is understanding other people. And we can never understand other people if all we do is we call their views bad because they're not what we believe, and we just call it that. Diversity and inclusion starts when we have a conversation with others to understand them, and we can't ever have that conversation if we're not willing to.
Wow, thank you, Ryan, for your great speech. So I guess all the Rotarians and Rotarators are respecting each other when it comes to the different views. So the second speaker is Wahaj Kaiser Seed from Rotary Club of Swinburne, Sarawak. He's in his final semester of Bachelor of Business in Marketing with minors in Social Media and Management. He has served as president of the Swinburne Debaters Club, and he's currently in his third year with Rotary Club of Swinburne. He likes reading in his spare time and consuming pop culture, as well as playing video games. He hopes to work in the advertising industry in the future. So his speech title is The Importance of Diversity in Matters of Perspective.
Hello everyone, my name is Wahaj and I'm a soon-to-be graduating marketing student. For World Speech Day, I want to talk about something that doesn't occur to most of us, myself included, the consequences our decisions entail. But I am getting a little ahead of myself. This year's theme, being Humanity at a Crossroads, really got me thinking. There's such a wide array of problems that we as individuals face on a day-to-day basis. But they remain just that, our problems. See, my problem is my problem. Your problem is your problem. Problems at work, problems at university, at home, at the store. The list goes on and on. But what if we shifted the perspective ever so slightly? See, most decisions that are made tend to be done for the greater good. What will result in the most benefit? How do we improve performance? How do we boost numbers? What do consumers want? And so on and so forth. See, we live in an extremely fast-paced, result-oriented world. We make quick decisions, we implement quick solutions, and we celebrate quick results. But in this moment of seemingly greater good, we tend to forget the collective. A decision I might make may have ramifications for someone further down the line, but I won't even think about it, because it doesn't affect me in the now. Let's take an easy example, right? So let's say a company stops selling product A and moves into selling product B, since product B is trendy. The managers tell the subordinates and the company now starts selling product B. The employees will do their utmost to make sure they sell this product, but most of them will not have been consulted about it. Many of them will have no idea what the product does, and many more will have an increased workload or skills that have become redundant since they no longer apply. Yes, the company will make money, and yes, the employees will do their best, but at the end of the day, many will be ostracized in favor of the greater good. That is why a diversification of perspectives is important. I concede that yes, in this example of a large company, this might be too idealistic, fair enough. So let's narrow the scope down from the body politic to us. We as people make countless decisions every day, but these have consequences as well. More often than not, we do not think of the people that surround us when we make a decision. The more we connect to each other through social media, the more we disconnect with each other in real life. We are diverse enough in our inclusivity and in our hiring processes, but we have lost the diversity of thought. Others' inconvenience does not even cross our mind as long as we are not inconvenienced. Decisions, right? So many to make. Who has the time to think of consequences in the long run? As long as the problem goes away, we are content. Think of the last time someone reached out to you, right? In a moment where it wasn't convenient for you. That little twinge of irritation, that sigh of, oh, what do you want? Someone reaches out to you, let's say for help, and you're at a Christmas party, and you snap at them that you're busy and didn't expect to be inconvenienced at that moment. See, for you, the problem's now gone, and you'll get back to your festivities. But for the person who reached out to you in good faith, it might become a crisis of said faith. And because now, who are they supposed to turn to? And that is where we are as a society. That's where we've ended up. We simply do not care. Our thoughts aren't diverse. They're focused, goal-oriented. Let's go. It's no wonder we're at a crossroads. If we started taking into consideration how our decisions impact those around us, not only would we be better at making decisions, the fallout of those decisions will be mostly positive in the long run. To be truly diverse, we need to expand our perspective as a society. Words may be penny a dozen, but it falls to us to ensure that we invest wisely. The next time you have an important decision to make, maybe take a step back. Consider the implications to all the parties involved, and then realize the importance of making a decision that is fair to all. Life may be too short, but the fallout of our actions is everlasting. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Wahaj. And indeed, with greater power comes greater responsibilities. And it is our responsibility to assess the actions we take and how they may affect diversity one way or another. Thank you so much for the app reminder. All right, and now moving on to our third speaker, Shamira, daughter of Abdul Aziz, who is from the Rotaract Club of Choa Chu Kang. So she is a fireball of energy and she loves making people happy and spreading love. She is people-oriented and she's really friendly too. She loves dancing, singing, and spending time with family and friends. But of course, she also loves sleeping, just like me. So she gets her energy from meeting people, and that is something very cool. And she's currently studying business administration at SIM University of Buffalo. And her speech title for today is Communication with Colleagues of Different Age Groups.
Hello, I'm Shamir from Rotaract Club of Choa Chu Kang, Singapore. I'm currently a university student at SIM doing business administration. So with the theme being humanity at crossroads, diversity, equity, and inclusion, I decided to talk about how communication is like between my colleagues and who can be older than me, and what I need to improve my communication with them. So currently at workplaces, you know, there are many age groups involved, like baby boomers, Gen X, and millennials. And it seems that the age gap is very large, but in all honesty, age is just a number. So I'll be focusing on my HR internship that I did in my polytechnic as a specialization for my course and how I learned to better communicate with my colleagues. So despite being the outgoing, bubbly person that I am, I had my worries, like, will they like me? Will they like my personality? Will they, like, you know, not like me? So all these thoughts like ran through my head. And on the first day of work, I was really nervous like any other intern and worried about everything, you know. So when I met my supervisor and my colleagues, I hid my personality, like I hid it and I was really shy, really nervous, so not me, just saying it, but I controlled myself and I was telling you my true self really wanted to come out. So after like a few days of getting to know my colleagues and and them being comfortable with me, I showed my bubbly side, and thankfully they accepted me for my bubbly side, but there were few of them who were not quite comfortable yet. But they were just amazed by the amount of energy that I had, because, you know, it was making everyone's day, like, you know, this energy suddenly comes in from them working in the workforce for many years, and it's something different for them. So it just made the working environment a better place. I always gave my best, communicated with them with respect, because that's very important, and also with my cheerful, bubbly personality. So, do you wonder what I actually did with those that were not comfortable with me from the start? Well, it was not easy. I only got like one-word answers and they were not as open to me. So that did not stop me from trying to make it work. I sat down and think about what should I do, and the first thing that came into my head was adapting. So adapting was something that people tend to ignore, and to me it was important because I came to realize that it was not that they were not comfortable with me, but they didn't know how to communicate with me. So this was when I decided that I should talk to them about topic of interests. Like, for example, if I need guidance on work-related matters, I can go to them. Or if I need advice on what step like I should take in my life, or what is the next step that I should do for my future. So these were the kind of topics that they were interested to talk to me about, and it grew the communication that I had with them. Amazing, right? So this may sound like really easy to do, but it's not. It all depends on what your vision is at work, what is the impact you want to make, and how can you go stronger with communication between your team, knowing that teamwork and communication is important and is key to success. So you might think that it's better to be independent and do things on your own, which yes, most probably a lot of you would think that, but you should know that having colleagues by your side, it just feels like you're not in a very stranded environment. It's not very quiet. It just feels like a family, and you always can count on them if you need help, which is very important. So I tried to make relations with all of my colleagues, and I enjoyed my internship. So when I left, it was really very sad, but I had very good takeaways from it. These people, I still do contact them till today because they are the ones who guided me and helped me, and they accepted me for who I am. So what do you do to improve communication? Firstly, like I mentioned earlier, is to adapt. Adapting to workforce, knowing that you will be working with different people, you should always prepare yourself ahead because you don't know how people are like. They can be different from what you perceive or what you see in TV shows. So prepare yourself ahead. Secondly, put in conversations, put in effort to make conversations. Think of different topics to strike with different people and how you can improve your bonds with them, research. So thirdly is accept that you'll be learning from others, because learning does not stop just once you end your education. That's not it. Your colleagues will show you and guide you, and they will be your personal mentors who will help you how you can grow in the industry and how you can be more adaptive to the industry. Lastly, bring your best self to work every day. The sleepiness that you have, this negative energy you have, just don't bring it to work, because if you go to work with your best self, you're not only doing well in your task, but you're giving a positive environment to your colleagues as well. And it will be a more bubbly environment. That's where company culture grows. So my boss told me this one day, there's two choices you can make when you go for internship. You can be an intern, or you can choose to be a full-time staff that makes your whole internship more valuable. Because when you behave like an intern, you don't gain as much experience and takeaways. But if you behave like someone who's willing to learn, who's willing to make relations with others, who's willing to make it better for your internship, that's when you make a difference in people's life. And you also take away from what you learn in this internship, but the company might take something away from you too. You wouldn't know. So to end, communication with the diverse age group is not easy at all. And it's not easy from the start. But with determination and never giving up on trying to communicate with them, you will not only grow, but you yourself may be an impact to others. And it's something that you will never know. So always be yourself and stay positive. Happy World Speech Day. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Shamira, for your speech. So we have a key takeaways here. So firstly, we need to be cheerful and bubbly and have a common interest to have good communication with different people. And last and most importantly, learn from very different perspectives from each other. So the first speaker is Anurag Chatterjee from Rotary Club of NUS. He is pursuing a double major in electronic engineering and innovation and design at NUS, and passionate for personal development. In his spare time, he loves blogging, writing, watching cricket, meeting up with friends, and creating memes. And his speech title is Importance of Inclusiveness in a COVID-19 World.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Anurag Siddhartha Chatterjee, and I'm the Professional Development Director for the Rotary Club of NUS. All right. So let me just tell you a small story here. So imagine that you have five fingers, right? Everyone has 5 fingers. So we have middle finger, we have a forefinger, we have the ring finger, pinky, and the thumb. So each finger has different sizes, and they are of different shapes and also different strength. So if you take one finger alone, right, it's quite weak. Like this finger, for example, is quite weak itself. Even the pinky finger, it's weak by itself. But if you have 5 fingers and you clench it together, you know your fist is so strong, you can literally do anything. You can do a pinch a punching bag. You can literally break coconuts. You can do so many things with this one fist of yours. So just imagine that these different fingers are different strata of society, different people of society, of different socioeconomic backgrounds and financial backgrounds. Some people are strong, some people are really strong, some people are quite sturdy, some people are just weak, trying to hang it there, in society. So if we manage to gather everyone together to build a much more inclusive society where everyone is together, that's how we are united, and that's how we become strong as this fist. Right. So let me just tell you my own story from my own experience of inclusivity. So there was a man I met. Let me just name him Charlie to protect his name. So I was walking down in my condo, picking some flowers, and there's he who comes to me and approaches me that, hey, why are you doing this to me? Why you Indians come to us and take away our jobs? And that really, got me really saddened, because I realized that there are some people, old people, who are so against some other people just because of jobs. Is this how society really should be? Where we are supposed to be united, where we are supposed to accept each other of different cultures. But this person has really been insulting me. I was really sad. I tried to console him. And then that really struck into my mind of how important it is to build an inclusive society, especially to have a much open mindset, about different people, right? And it's always through these connections where we kind of build bonds, right? So that's why in my topic today, I'll really be talking more about inclusivity, because it is a pressing topic, especially for now, where racism is increased because of the pandemic. People are losing jobs, and I really understand the pain which people are facing. So that's why I decided to touch upon this topic on inclusivity. So nowadays times are very vulnerable because of COVID-19 pandemic. Jobs have been lost, unemployment is rising. People are also like having a toll on the mental health, because kind of they don't have a source of income, to supplement. So that's where all the anguish is actually happening. So this is really the time where our fingers really should be clenched properly. And one such example which I can give is actually in the world of work. So one of the biggest significant changes resulting from the current isolation due to the pandemic is actually in current working practices, where we are currently working remotely. And remote working actually has not been a concept of the past. In fact, it has been there in force for the past 4 years, but it has just been accelerated right now because of the pandemic. So even every casual weekdays has actually become a typical working from home day. And this has actually kind of this paradigm shift of working practices has kind of disrupted our daily practices of kind of going to office, giving presentations. And it's like, it's like we are just thrown into the sea. We don't know how to swim. So it's been perfectly fine. But I mean, I'm sure that this has been an unnerving experience even for myself, because I'm a university student. Everything has become online instead of going to lecture theaters. So for me, it's become a change. So therefore, I mean, this is one area which we need to build an inclusive society from, because 95% of Singaporeans work, and that to both partners work. So this is a significant area to focus on, which is on the world of work. So in such situations, right, where remote working has been the new norm, we can actually focus on 4 key factors, 4 key areas, sorry, where we can try to improve on inclusivity and promote a much more stronger society and caring society by employing these 4 key factors. Firstly is establish a very good rapport between your teammates and the boss. So because remote working is like you're working in different locations, you're just like, isolated from the office, so it's very easy to kind of get disconnected from people. So in such trying times, it's important to kind of establish a good rapport with your team members and yourself by actually organizing more virtual conferencing meetups, even virtual meetups, having just a casual coffee chat between the people of your organization and yourself to kind of promote that inclusive culture, to know more of the person. And this is where really EQ comes into play, because emotional quotient has been rated one of the most important key drivers for a much more inclusive society. Then secondly is communicate. This has been an endless motto which we need to use as a mantra, because communication is key to building an inclusive society. And how do you communicate better? Nowadays we can communicate via Teams, WhatsApp, Telegram, video conferencing chats. And in the world of work, maybe we can communicate more through video conferencing methods, even through a house party. Also, I would like to say that, yeah. But I mean, that is also where we can have promote a much more inclusive workforce. It's because having an inclusive workforce will lead to much better mental health, and then people will be much more willing to connect with each other and learn more from each other and really appreciate what they really have. Because inclusiveness comes actually from how you appreciate different situations, and how you appreciate the past, and how you kind of reflect upon that. And this is the time where usually people tend to focus more inwards and more outside also, because I mean, we are all in an island right now. Then even through video conferencing and and also through social meetups, one of the most important also is empathy, which is the third important point. So no matter how a person is, if he's differently abled or if he's really super smart or super intelligent, no one cares, because we all have this one head, we all have 2 eyes, we have two hands, we are all the same, honestly. So understanding this equality between humans, no matter how smart we are, we come alone, we'll die alone. So what matters is the connections which you really form between different people. So empathy is key to building a much more inclusive nation. And flexibility also is the fourth most important point, because right now flexibility is a Hindi proverb saying that flexibility is a rule of samsar, change is a rule of samsar, meaning that change is a new norm, just like how virtual conferencing has been a new norm, change has been a new norm, where we need to embrace new cultures, new practices, and then from there, using change, we become a much better person, from learning from past mistakes, having a new learning curve, challenging yourself, and become more open-minded as well. Because in such challenging times, it's almost impossible to do everything yourself. Even for myself, when I'm studying in university, collaboration has been really difficult because of the pandemic. So, and I realized how it's important to kind of have friends to kind of support you along the journey, right? And for people who are currently unemployed, who are really in the most down phase of their lives, just understand that like COVID-19 pandemic is not forever, right? It might be the lowest point of your life, but the only way right now is upwards, because it's the lowest point of your life. Just like how the trade cycle kind of evolves from growth, boom, recession, slump. So this will also be a much more growth phase in the few years to come. So don't give up, right? And just have a much better understanding of different cultures. We have a much more broader and open-minded self. And for people who are living in apartments or in HDBs, maybe we can have more, a residence day out, where we can have just one full day of people just getting to know more about each other. Because I mean, now we realize, that ultimately it's not about how much you have achieved. It's not about what's your status or your title. It's really about how the connections, those dots which you are kind of create. Those dots are really important. Connecting the dots and relationships is really crucial for surviving this tough phase, right? And even in many societies, right, where people usually kind of are aloof, because in Singapore, you have observed that neighbors don't talk too much to each other. We have to kind of break such barriers, of having this privacy mindset and be much more welcoming to others, welcoming of strangers. So to that guy, Charlie, who was racist to me. So for such type of people, maybe we have to have a much more empathetic mindset instead of a much agonizing mindset over them, like, hey, this guy's bad or stuff. So this is how we can build an inclusive society. It starts from the small steps, baby steps, essentially. Then from these small steps, we can take much better actions in the future to actually build a cohesive community, because all of this starts small, in small communities. And for people who are working and who are currently employed, just understand that no matter where we are right now, no matter how much industry 4.0 is evolving, the biggest asset for organizations is yourself. It's the people. And because we people are the drivers, we're the catalysts for innovation. So if what's going to happen to us, I mean, nothing bad is going to happen to the catalyst itself, because we are the one who's initiating that change and that disruption. So COVID-19 is a disruption, but it's not forever. And inclusiveness can be fostered. I know it's not a one-day thing, but it can definitely be fostered. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Anurag, for sharing with us how to remain interconnected and inclusive, especially in the current day and age where technology is rampant. It is more than essential for us to still maintain that authentic human touch. Thank you so much. All right, right now, moving on to our fifth speaker, Kishan Kumar from Rotaract Club of Ngee Ann Poly. He is a final year engineering science student with an avid interest in music, science, technology, and anything artsy. So one of his main goals in life is to utilize technology to benefit the community around him. And this is something he has been actively working on. In his free time, he enjoys playing his electric guitar, working out at the gym, and reading the classics. His speech title is 1 million seconds.
Time and perspective have always been my guiding foundations in life, keeping me grounded when things get shaky. You could say that they've been my intangible mentors to which I turn to in times of need, to push myself further in my goals towards being my ideal self. They are the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, the light that illuminates my path, even when things are cloudy and dark. Good evening, fellow friends. My name is Kishan, and today I'd like to talk as soberly as I can about perspective and the importance that it bears in my life. I came across this thought experiment recently, which asked people to think about where you were 1 million seconds ago, and what were the things that you were doing, who you were with, how you were feeling about yourself and your life. And that really got me thinking, where was I 1 million seconds ago? What were the things that I was doing? Have I improved as a person since then? Or am I still the same guy that I was? 2 years ago, I think I probably just had gotten back home from a long day at school. I remember I would have woken up at 5:30 in the morning, begrudgingly for my 8 a.m. class, freshened up, grabbed a quick bun from the kitchen, and hastily munched on it while rushing for the bus. I remember soaking in the sights and sounds of the early mornings. I remember feeling the morning sun on my skin, and how mixed with the cool breeze, it made me all the more hopeful for the day. I remember how new and alive the campus felt when I first set foot in it, and how despite having spent a few months, I still picked up on new sensations and sights and sounds each day. Over in that corner, there were a group of friends laughing jovially, and over in the other corner, a pair of lecturers were solemnly walking while carrying their laptop bags and having a discussion in hushed and muted tones. And with all of these new sights and sounds and sensations came these new, fresh, dynamic opportunities that presented themselves to me, that I was now in a place in life and a point in time to seize them. I just had to make sure to do it and be ready when they came knocking at my door. 1 million seconds ago, I'd have been having lunch with my friends in school, laughing along to silly jokes, and then paying attention in lessons with an air of measured seriousness. I'd still be adjusting to the rote routine of each day, while appreciating the benefits that this routine brought in terms of adding stability to my life, and the calmness that this stability brought with it. Then, I get on the train back home, with some of my favorite music from John Mayer or the Foo Fighters blasting in my ears. I'd watch all the people squeeze together doing the same, and I think about how they each were going back to their homes, their loved ones, and their kids to hold, and their partners to kiss goodnight. And I imagine that someday, my life will be filled with the same kind of joy and stability and love and sense of belonging that my present life was only a kind of teaser to. Now, I stopped my thought experiment right there, as I think that slice of a day in the life of me 2 years ago encapsulates the relative simplicity with which I conducted myself back then. But the life that I'm living today is complex. I'm still just a young adult, struggling to find my way in the world. And it's scary and it's uncertain, but it's also incredibly hopeful and exciting. And I can only thank the power of perspective and the lessons that time has taught me for the strength to voluntarily face these new challenges today. Now, 1 million seconds, as it turns out, is just 12 days. And 12 days ago, I was just at home, sitting with my parents, trying to decide the colors for the cabinets of our new kitchen in my new home, pulling the remaining hairs on my head because we were not able to settle on a final design. But if you'd asked me to flip the experiment around and talk about what my life would be like 1 million seconds from now, I think I'd have given you a much different answer. Looking forward, I probably have come out with a much shorter duration, maybe just 6 months. And I'd have talked about how I wish that I would be a better person than I am now by then. And I'd have talked about my feelings relating to graduating from poly and going to university and beginning a new phase in my life. But regardless of which way we look, 1 million seconds is still just 1 million seconds, and 12 days is still just 12 days. And for me, this thought experiment allowed me to refocus on what it means to keep perspective in my life. The perspective that with time and effort, things usually get better and I'll be okay. The perspective that whatever pains I might be going through right now is only temporary because I've been through worse. And I know that I can handle whatever challenges that life schemes to throw my way. The perspective that it's important to look ahead and to learn from past mistakes to grow, but it's also doubly important to live in the here and now, to make sure that this life is not just slipping us by, to seize the moment fully. Carpe diem, as the Romans would say. My fellow friends, I'd like to invite you to consider what perspective means to you. Now, I can only speak for myself when I say that having the perspectives that I've described has contributed to a profound source of meaning for me that keeps me working towards being my best self, that snaps me back out of the darkest of my days, where I might have done and said things that were not in line with the view of who I am as a person, and how perspective helps me to reshape my outlook on life, get back on track, and relearn what it means to function as a healthy individual, determined to make the most of this one life that I have. I've come a long way since a few years ago, and I have improved as a person, but I know that I have a long way to go still. And I realized that I needed those millions and millions of seconds of perspectives, of experiences, and the ups and downs, and the happiness and the pain to shape me into the man that I am today, determined now more than ever to make things work. There's a great moment in the old movie from 1950 called Harvey, where a mailman says to the main character, Elwood, "Beautiful day, isn't it?" And Elwood replies, "Well, every day is a beautiful day." My fellow friends, I hope that you're able to find that beauty in your days too. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Kishan, for the amazing speech. So that gave us all the opportunity to think about ourselves, whether we are better than yesterday. So our next speaker is Thomas Chen from Rotary Club of Raffles City. Thomas is an international coach, speaker, and wealth planner who has empowered both people and organizations around the world to reach the next level of wealth in an effective and sustainable manner. Be speaking on stages to thousands and engaging in different types of trainings, Thomas strives to deliver highly transformational and high-touch services. His speech title is The Beauty in Diversity.
To pledge ourselves as one united people, regardless of race, language, or religion. That is one of the lines of my country's national pledge. When I was a student, I had to recite the pledge every single day before the start of school. Back then, it was simply something I knew I had to do, but not quite understand the significance of doing. You see, I was really fortunate to be from a generation in which peace and harmony are already a commonplace. Unfortunately, this has not always been the case. Tensions were once experienced by our forefathers. It was through years and years of education, inculcation, and cultivation that we started to come together as one. From reciting the pledge, to celebrating different cultural celebrations, to national education modules. These small yet powerful arrangements allow us to understand one another better, allow us to accept one another, allow us to get closer together until we become one. However, right now, there's one difference that threatens to destroy the fabric of unity. And this difference affects not only a country, but the entire world. It is the difference in opinion. You see, as humans get more and more intelligent, as information gets more and more accessible, as voicing out gets easier and easier, we started to become more opinionated. From politics to pop culture to technology to finance, any and every topic can spark off a diversity of opinions. While fruitful discussion of different opinions can be healthy, the consideration comes when aggression is added into opinions. You see, the practice of cancel culture, cyberbullying, trolling, and more toxic behavior becoming more and more prominent. We see the propagation of "if you are not with me, you are against me" mindset. All because of the difference in opinions. All because of the intolerance towards difference. All because of the refusal to have an open mind. In an era where the freedom of speech is stronger than ever, many fear to speak out. Many fear to speak their mind. In the story of the Beauty and the Beast was hated and despised by the villagers because they judged him from their perspective. That they became blinded of the beauty of the beast. Have we been too quick to judge? Have we been too close-minded? Have we been too blinded from the beauty in the opinions of others? And thus I invite all of you right here today to ponder and consider. The next time we hear an opinion that is different from ours, what will our reaction be? Will we judge it right from the get-go? Or will we take a step back to listen? Will we seek to enforce? Or will we seek to understand? Will we aggressively dispute? Or will we respectfully disagree? Will we find faults? Or will we find consensus? This world is never black and white, but a rainbow of colors arising from diversity of differences. Regardless of race, language, religion, or opinions, it is the diversity that truly makes this world beautiful. So let's embrace that diversity.
Wow, what a masterpiece. Don't you
Yes,
agree, Jiwon?
I think so. I agree with you, Thomas. Wow.
Lovely.
I love the Beauty and the Beast
Wow,
part.
that's amazing, man. All right, thank you for entertaining me, everyone. All right, and right now we will have our 7th speaker, who is Chu Taiwan from Rotaract Club of Singapore West. So Taiwan is a psychology graduate from the National University of Singapore. She has always been deeply interested working in social service, completed internships previously in prison, school, ministry, as well as family service center. Currently, she's working in the education and community engagement sector on campus, and she loves taking a creative and ambitious approach in community engagement and is interested in learning about technology of big data in social service sector. Her speech title is Diversity and Inclusion in Mental Health Context.
Taiwan, the topic I'd like to share today is the importance of embracing diversity in the mental health context. Often when we talk about diversity and inclusion, we think about LGBT, gender, race, and culture. But seldom do we actually talk about mental health. Mental health is an incredibly important topic that needs to be addressed. And I'm glad to see that this topic has been gaining increasing awareness in recent years. Mental health conditions such as depression and anxiety is affecting tens of millions of adults annually. According to a local study, it has been shown that 1 in 7 people in Singapore will have a mental health condition at some stage of their lifetime. An Asian-wide survey that was conducted last year have also surfaced the fact that people are facing higher stress level due to high work demands, which led to their poor life balance. It was also found that Gen Z, who are aged 18 to 24, face the highest level of stress compared to other generations. So why do we have to talk about diversity in the mental health context? Apart from the rising trend, we also have to acknowledge that mental health itself is not as visible as other disabilities out there, and therefore is often misunderstood, stigmatized, and overlooked. There's been a lot of evidence that shows that people are unwilling to disclose their mental health condition because they'll be turned down for job or advancement opportunities. They'll receive discriminatory behaviors from their managers or colleagues, or they may invite themselves to gossip or social exclusion. And this is why it's very important for us to embrace diversity, so that we know how to better offer support to this community while facing unfair stigmas. It's time for us to see mental health as an important topic in diversity and inclusion, as more is needed to be done in the area of advocacy, education, and destigmatization. We have to provide more intentional opportunities to uncover both the conscious and unconscious biases that we held. We need to try to understand them by having conversations and dialogues, hold discussions with them on reasonable accommodations, and to simply extend them our listening ears. It's only through the rise of awareness then can we better understand how to remove these barriers to inclusion. It's also not the obligation to share these conditions, but rather our responsibility to create an inclusive environment where they have the space to share their concerns without fear and without judgment. So next time when you're faced in a scenario whereby your teammates are absent from meetings, or you see that their productivity has went down, perhaps just check in with them and ask them how are they and whether they need any support. Because you may not know whether they have been struggling with mental conditions. If you are leading a team, you may also want to consider creating a syllabus statement to emphasize the importance of well-being and mental health in your team. Create an open space for your teammates to share, to empathize, and communicate. Allow them to take breaks if, let's say, they request for it, conduct flexible arrangement, and reinforce the importance of well-being. Diversity and inclusion is not just about giving them the resources, but it's about providing them a culture to help them to reduce their perceived shame or the loneliness that they face, which are all the things that they struggle alone. With these practices, I believe that we can work towards ensuring inclusivity for this community, and we can lead the way to the real change. Thank you.
Thank you, Taiwan, for the great speech. So I guess all the mental health is very important in this COVID-19 world, especially where everyone is living in new normal, which became normal for us. So thank you again, Taiwan, for the speech. So that was the last speech from the community segment. And now let us start the IT speech contest. So today we have 7 speakers from the IT colleges, and they have placed in a lot of preparation for today's performance.
All right, so to start the ball rolling, I would love to invite our Chief Judge and Contest Chair, Tan Mei Yan, to explain with us the rules for the contest. Mei Yan, please.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be the contest chair and the chief judge. I think all the 7 contestants today are well qualified to speak. I'd just like to cover the judging criteria. 50% will be on content, i.e. that is the speech structure, the value of the message, and the ability of the speaker to get their audience engaged in the message they are speaking about. Delivery will be accounting for 30%, and this will be mainly based on the vocal variety, the body language, and so on. And language will account for the remaining 20%, which is the appropriate use of language, grammar, etc. I would now like to invite the co-hosts to start the ball rolling by inviting the contestants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Judge. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our contestant has spent a lot of time, energy, and effort creating their masterpiece for us. So let's give them a lot of support. So friends on YouTube and Facebook Live, are you ready? If you are ready, give me a YES. Yes. And friends in Rotary House, are you ready? All right, let's get it going. For our first contestant, we have Dafiq Rizisha bin Ramza, whose topic will be on ableism. Let's give him a very warm round of applause. Dafiq, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dafiq. Picture this. Imagine having a lack of mental capacity and still be discriminated or even segregated in the workplace or at school. This is ableism. It happens everywhere. As human beings, we tend to notice the difference in others instead of the similarities they hold. And we need to change this. You may have heard of racism or sexism, but have you ever heard of ableism? Most disabled people are facing ableism, the discrimination against the disabled. Ableism is not uncommon. We see it everywhere. Why is it that the word ableism is unheard of? You know why? Because we see it as an unimportant problem as compared to racism. Most of us don't take ableism seriously, and this is an issue. Now, I have a friend who is diagnosed with an intellectual disability, and it pains me to see him being made fun of. Seeing him being left out from conversations, having been called degrading terms, or just ignoring his existence entirely. Ableism affects people around the world. Now, according to the Washington Post, over 250,000 closed cases of medical or disability discrimination. 21% received help and 2% had a discrimination finding. Discrimination towards the disabled can come in different forms, not only harassment. Having a lack of reasonable accommodation, such as wheelchair ramps or audiovisual aid, can also be a form of discrimination. Now you might wonder, how? How can we improve on the issue of ableism? For a start, companies and firms have gradually increased on their accessibility for physically disabled workers. Most employers have started evaluating job specifications to see if there are barriers in place that stop the disabled from working in a suitable environment. The Ministry of Education has implemented programs in some schools to encourage students to look out for one another, while school staff have been trained to meet the needs of disabled students who have difficulties such as sensory impairment. And the government has increased spending by up to 40% on special education. But these steps won't work if we are still unwilling to make a change. Why can't we see each other as humans? Why can't we treat each other the same? In this day and age, society has normalized separating the disabled into the category of abnormal. We humans can't live without having a good social status. And to most people, standing up for the disabled may seem disgusting or just humiliating. These people will then assume that it is normal to discriminate and will soon be a part of the problem. For example, if someone is brave enough to stand up for the disabled, they will feel being made fun of by others. This is what our society has become. We need to change. We need to start by accepting people for who they are. We as their colleagues or their friends will need to speak up for them. We have seen the statistics. Let us join hands and stop ableism or any mistreatment, maybe in the workplace, at school, or anywhere. Help them. Even better, stop it from happening. We can stop discrimination by standing up for those being discriminated. Together, we can stop ableism. Sure, it may be embarrassing standing up for the disabled, but with more voices, these so-called able-bodied individuals will be the ones humiliated. No one deserves to be mistreated, especially for something out of their control. Let us be the voice for the voiceless. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Dafiq. Now let us invite our second participant, Omnia Krisha Thea Martinez, whose speech title is Mental Health Abilities.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Thea. In this time and age, I think people are getting more and more aware of differences. But what's prevailing is the fact that people are not properly accepting those with disabilities, either by internal or external means. We all know the saying, it doesn't matter what you look like on the outside, it's what's on the inside that matters. But our society today, especially amongst the youths, lacks that understanding. In today's time, being different is not accepted. People that are different are discriminated, looked down upon, and usually picked on. People with disabilities are seen as different creatures by most people. The disabled don't choose to be the way they are, but still, our society alienates them. There are different types of disabilities, and some are mental, physical, learning, and socializing. These disabilities are often seen as a weakness in our society. It contributes to the stereotype that leads to the discrimination against the disabled. With the insatiable hunger for perfection in this superficial society, the cliched maxim, beauty is only skin deep, seems to have faded from men's knowledge. The dismal reality today is that youths place a disproportionate attention to their looks, and an overwhelming majority of them in the world today are fanatical about their appearances. Youths nowadays are pressured to look good, and as a result, have a tendency to inwardly gripe about their shortcomings. This leads to people with physical disabilities feeling insecure and worthless, knowing that they will never meet society's expectations. They have to live with themselves, feeling like no one would accept them for how they look. People don't talk about mental health disabilities or mental illnesses because of the shame and brokenness surrounding the topic. And the worst part about having a mental disability is that people expect you to behave as if you don't. The mentally ill are bullied by people around them. They are bullied by their bosses and authority figures. They're bullied by friends and family who do not treat them with compassion. They're bullied by society. People who have these conditions are often marginalized and overlooked by others. On the outside, people do not see the suffering and hardships they go through and disregard their feelings, thinking that it's just another phase that they can get through, or that time heals all wounds. However, I believe that despite whatever conditions they may have, everyone should be treated equally and have equal opportunities, as you never know what one might be going through. There are many things we can do to make it a more inclusive society, starting with promoting social inclusion in schools. I believe that our overall cultural consciousness on how we treat and interact with disabled people needs to change, starting from a young age. If appreciating people for their disabilities is taught at a young age, less discrimination and more social inclusion will occur. As a society, we have the responsibility to promote the inclusion of our differences. Now, does anyone suffer or know someone who suffers from disabilities, be it mental or physical, but are afraid to speak up because they are conditioned to feel the pressure to keep it in? This is something we can change. Singapore has come a long way in being diverse. However, we are far from a perfect society. You should not be segregated and stigmatized by society for being who you are. Just be yourself, open your heart, and appreciate those around you. Because if it's not a friend who is suffering, it could be you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tia. Our third participant is Radhi Nurul Arinamdia Binti Radhi, who will share about diversity, equality, and inclusion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Radin. Today, I'd like you to take a moment to close your eyes and imagine. Imagine yourself being unable to adapt to a new environment, be it as a transfer student, an intern, or as a new employee. Society may be hesitant to accept you at first. There may even be some who choose to hate or pick on you for no particular reason. Think about those situations and how awkward it was when you first started out. Think about the times they get treated badly without knowing the reason behind it. Now, imagine having someone who happily greets you and welcomes you despite your appearance or differences. What would it change? Now open your eyes. What is your reality? If you were to fall down, would a person beside you help you and ask if you're okay? Or do you think they will laugh at you? Or worse, watch and go? What questions will go through your mind? Is it my skin color? Is it my religion? Is it because I'm short? Why wouldn't they help? This leads to the main topic of today: diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how it all links together. Diversity is the sum of the ways that people are both different and similar, whether it be race, appearance, gender, sexual orientation, and more. Equity, on the other hand, is based on the idea that people should be treated as equals, despite an individual's differences. And finally, inclusion means the feeling of belonging to a community in which people are welcomed, accepted, and connected to one another. I firmly believe that change will accelerate if you build a common language and understanding for these critical conversations. However, a community can be diverse without being inclusive. A community can be diverse without being equitable. When we can't hold diversity, equity, and inclusion as separate concepts and understand how they interact, we can't set clear goals and strategize around them. When people ask you to go back to your country, you feel offended and feel like an outcast. Think about it. If the same words were directed at you, how would you feel? Does it feel good? I'd imagine not. So stop. It is about time such mindset is changed. I believe that the concept of accepting the diversity of others should start young. You should start in nursery, where they'll be taught to see past other people's differences and accept them. From there, they will learn to treat others equally and refrain from looking down on others. For example, as you all know, ITE is termed as "it's the end," portraying ITEs in a negative light. On the other hand, junior college or JC students look down on polytechnic students. Alternatively, there are elite schools like Hwa Chong Institution or Victoria Junior College and so on. Due to the stereotypes surrounding these schools, students in these schools are treated differently depending on the reputation the school has. If this changed, students wouldn't be suffering as much mentally and emotionally. Lastly, once all that is implemented, people will be more willing to listen to others and accept their opinions. People will be more willing to include others into their conversations or their activities. No one will be deemed as an outcast. Think about it, no one wants to be on the receiving end of such negativity. So be the person who makes the first move to accept others. This change won't be easy to make, but just like our Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong said, this will be a marathon, not a sprint. Breaking such stereotypes will take a long time, but it will be worth it, and it all starts with you. Don't just be the person to make that change. Be the change. Inspire others to make that change. I want all of us to realize that, hey, we're all the same. We're all human beings. We all have similarities. We all have feelings. Put yourself in the shoes of others. How would they feel? How would you feel being treated differently depending? Put yourself in the shoes of others. How would they feel? How would you feel being treated differently because of what or who you are? I'll leave you with that to ponder about. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Radin. Now we have Javen Francis Koh-Wei Yang, whose topic is also diversity, equity, and inclusion, but especially how we can apply it.
What is diversity? What is equity? What is inclusion? Good evening, everybody. My name is Javen Koh, and today I'll be talking about DEI. Diversity. It is the collective mixture of human beings and the identities they have, coexisting in a space. Now, when I say identities, I am saying race, age, gender, disability, and many others. But diversity is not just about one's visible identities. It can even be about one's invisible identities, such as one's behavior, attitude, and all the things that make us who we are. Now, I am unable to talk about diversity without talking about inclusion. These work hand in hand. Why? Because in places where diversity exists, we still practice exclusion. We need to create a space that expresses welcomeness, belongingness, and respect. We need equitable opportunities for people to show up and make an impact in a meaningful manner. Once again, I'm unable to talk about diversity and inclusion without talking about equity. Remember when I was talking about inclusion? I even mentioned equitable opportunities. Many people can confuse equity and equality. We must keep in mind that there is a very distinct difference. Equity is about fairness, and equality is about sameness. Yes, equality promotes fairness and justice by treating everyone the same way. But it ignores the fact that people tend to differ in their abilities, resources, and experiences. And these differences tend to become barriers to participation. And when we ignore this, we end up promoting privilege. Equity. It is about actively dedicating resources to ensure that everyone can catch up and succeed at the same level, barrier-free. Ladies and gentlemen, if we were to take a step back and look around, we realize we must first ensure equity before we can enjoy equality. Now let's talk about COVID-19. Many people are suffering during this pandemic. But tell me, why is it at the earliest stages of this pandemic, our frontline workers were being ostracized by the public? Why is it that even after a long day of work, with sometimes no time to eat or even use the bathroom, they still receive criticism? It even goes to the point where our taxi drivers are reluctant to pick up anyone in their uniforms, and then they would have to purposely isolate themselves from the public. They put in the best for society. Why are they treated this way? Now let's fast forward to today. Have you noticed? The topic of ostracizing our frontline workers is no longer talked about. The reason is simply because we have had the time to educate ourselves and to realize that they were never a problem. They are just contributing members to society, just like you and me. COVID-19 has taught us that. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have our dreams. We all have our hopes. We all strive to be more united. In the world, there are many cases like this one, where minority groups are being discriminated against, forcing them to retreat into their shells, living in fearful silence, hoping that nothing bad will happen to them. I'm asking you, all of you, my friends, to apply what we have learned during this very pandemic. Only then will we be able to live as one united people, regardless of race, language, or religion, and for us to ride confidently into the future. Now, before I finish, let me leave you with this. Quoting from Javier Maximilian Coe, "This is your life and mine. Equalize society. Reform status quo." Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Javen. Our next participant is Yo Wei Sheng Christopher, and he will share about the social construct around the DEI values.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christopher, and today I'll be talking to you about the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. If 2020 has brought us one thing besides the pandemic, it would have to be the surging rise in societal inequality and segregation against various minority groups, be it on the basis of race, gender, sexual orientation, or social statuses. Since the dawn of humanity, we have been a species that is deeply divided amongst many things, and often we find ourselves categorizing each other into groups we deem they belong in, blatantly ignoring the fact that underneath it all, we are the same in spite of superficial or internal differences, characterized predominantly by how we look, behave, think, or act. Therefore, despite how intelligent or unique we may be in the world, we still are a deeply conflicted species that is navigating around obstacles erected by the contrasting teachings of faith and academia. This means that bias, prejudices, and stereotypes are considered a normality, and so long as there is a dominant group or ideology prevailing, segregation and divisions are almost always predestined. For the past 17 years of my life, I was not immune to the said exclusion or discrimination. I too was once and may continue to be discriminated for who I am and what I set out to be. If you dig a little deeper, my identity and preferences has required me to brave against many years of taunts, insults, and ridicule. And the fine line is that racial profiling is only the tip of the iceberg, and it's also how, intrinsically speaking, where differences and divides begin, which can lead to tensions and disagreements, resulting in eventual social unrest and breakdown in our societies. In a world filled with dysfunction and imperfections, it is not difficult to realize that we, as human beings, are imperfect too. Therefore, we need to strike a balance and be the change. We need to understand that we all don't start from the same place, and that the most obvious qualities first impressions make are not ones that will define us now or in the future. In the end, this fight is a cohesive one, where the foregoing values can only be fully realized and achieved when we look beyond our values and we look beyond our labels and differences to fight this fight together as humanity. Quoting the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg, real change, enduring change happens one step at a time, and hopefully for every step that we may take is a step in the right direction. Once again, I'm Christopher, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Christopher. Now let us invite our next participant, Esperanto Rizzi Mariel Pineda, and her speech title is My Inclusion, My Story.
Good afternoon. I will be sharing more about the diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. But today, I will be focusing on inclusion. Let me tell you more about myself. My name is Reese, and I have had eczema since I was born. It's definitely been a struggle I've had to deal with for 17 years of my life. When I was in primary school, I was not bothered by other people's opinions about my condition since it wasn't as bad. I was still able to keep my condition under control, which allowed me to participate in sporty activities that I used to love doing. I used to be so carefree. I can even remember being that active kid in school who'd skip lunch just to play running games, or just be able to do the things that I love to do without having to worry about sweating or itching all the time. It all started in secondary school, where I became less active and motivated, especially towards the end of the year in secondary 2, because I started caring more about my appearance, and the pressure and stress to succeed in school became too much. Plus, having to deal with my problems at home made it worse. Although emotional stress does not cause eczema, it can provoke symptoms. The body releases a hormone called cortisol when under stress. And in large doses, such as when dealing with chronic and ongoing stress, cortisol increases inflammation throughout the body, and this can then lead to skin inflammation and an eczema flare. I can't even trust myself when I sleep. I would scratch all night, leaving bloodstains on my sheets and covers. There were nights where I couldn't even fall asleep because I was in so much pain. I couldn't even cry without my skin stinging. But that's not the worst part. Taking off my clothes would hurt because the blood would dry and stick to my pants. I rarely wear shorts unless it's for school or when I'm at home. And yes, people wouldn't really say things like ew or gross straight to my face. But I could see it in the way they stare and judge. And that really hurt my feelings. But that's not the worst part. You know what hurts more? Having my own mother tell me that my legs were ugly. Tell me how disgusting my face looked because I had a flare-up. Or tell me how I shouldn't even be crying because it was my fault I was in pain. But sadly, deep down, I agreed with her. Be careful of what you say to others. Because till this day, I can still hear her voice in my head whenever I wear or think about wearing shorts. And with Singapore's hot weather, this has made me too scared and insecure to even wear shorts in public. And with Singapore's hot weather, it only made my skin worse from the sweat. Beyond the appearance of eczema is the pain that goes along with it. I honestly just wanted to give up. Sometimes I am even afraid to leave school early because it's the one thing that makes me feel normal. My friends, they make me feel normal. They don't judge me based on my appearance. They don't treat me differently because of my condition. And they accept and respect me for who I am regardless. Their constant support is what keeps me going, and I will forever be grateful to have them as my friends. Today, I still struggle with going outside and accepting my eczema, but I know other people struggle too. This is why inclusion is important. The benefits of inclusion are numerous, not only for people with special needs, but for all people. When we include everyone, regardless of their ability or disability, they learn how to accept other people, and that each person has unique abilities. When we are all capable of learning from each other. With inclusion in place, people with special needs are provided equal opportunities to participate in the same types of programs and activities as those without special needs. Some of the other benefits of inclusion for those with or without disabilities are friendship skills, peer models, problem-solving skills, positive self-image, and respect for others. This can trickle down to families as well by teaching parents and families to be more accepting of differences. Since parents are a child's first teacher and know their child best,
It is important to practice inclusion. It is important that families practice inclusion to create consistency between home and school. Working together and creating a partnership with families can help everyone reach their developmental potential. And inclusive education also gives children the ability to develop a sense of belonging and be better prepared for life in the community as children and adults. Therefore, it is important to practice inclusion where everyone's ideas will be heard and no one's ability is questioned based on their appearance, race, gender, or their sexual orientation. And that nobody feels unsupported or left out just because of something they can't control. Thank you.
Thank you, Reese. And now our final participant, Teo Wei Ping, whose speech title is How Stereotyping Affects Our Society Inclusivity.
Good afternoon. I am Wei Ping, and I would like to address stereotyping in our society. Many of us encounter different people in our daily lives, and each and every one of them is different. Be it age, race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, and many more. It is second nature for us to judge a person that we meet for the first time based on their physical appearance. This can be positive or negative. This can also lead to stereotyping. By definition, stereotyping is overgeneralized belief about a specific category of people. Stereotyping is not new to us, or we have learned it from school. However, it is something that we are brought up with since young. When we were young, our parents may have used a phrase to get us to behave. A phrase such as, "Don't be naughty, if not, Apun Nene will come catch you." This is absolutely wrong. A seed just got implanted into the child's mind. A seed which will lead to the child growing up with a bad image of our Indian friends. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the beginning of stereotyping and racism. In society, I have encountered the opinions of some that can change another's behavior towards an individual because of stereotyping. I had a classmate, and his name is Jeff. Jeff comes from a family that has financial issues. He had to work part-times just to make ends meet. But nobody in our class knew of it. What they only know, however, is that Jeff is always late, or Jeff is always absent from school. This led to some of them to make an assumption that Jeff is a slacker. Jeff, however, is conscious of his academic performance. He would always ask me for help with his notes, and he would always ask me to teach him some accounting topics. Eventually, my friends found out that I have been helping Jeff. They told me to stop. They told me that he has been doing this for over a year now, and even if I do help him, he will still fail. At first, I almost heed their advice. Until I realized that our exams are drawing near. If I do not help Jeff, he will not be able to pass. So I decided to go against my classmates' advice and to continue helping Jeff with his studies. Jeff ended up becoming one of the top scorers in the graduating cohort. He did so well that he was asked to deliver a speech for his award. In his speech, he thanked me for being a loyal friend and always helping him when he misses school. After this incident, I realized that stereotyping can do much harm to another person, especially if we ourselves do not investigate the true reason behind their behavior. If I had adhered to the opinions of others, Jeff would not have gotten the assistance he needed, and he would not have won an award. So, when your friends are not in school, do not automatically assume that they are always gaming or Netflixing till late at night. There may be some underlying issues that this person may be facing, and we should understand that. We should never pass a stereotypical judgment onto another. Once again, my story has only reaffirmed that stereotyping can change a person's life. When stereotyping is used in the masses, it can set the wrong tone towards a group, which will also lead to discrimination or worse, racism. As long as these common beliefs exist, so will the stigma. Let's start now. So let's stop stereotyping. Let's start now. Start with ourselves and our young. Because for our society to progress as one united nation, regardless of race, language, or religion, we need to stop stereotyping. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei Bing. We have come to the end of all the speeches from IT colleges.
Wow, and today it is certainly eye-opening. We look at all the different contestants. They have really put in their best to give us such amazing, enriching, and enlightening speeches. And I am truly appreciative of what they have done for us today. Don't you agree, Jaewon?
Yeah, I fully agree
That's
with you,
amazing.
Thomas. Yes,
Yeah.
that was so amazing. So now we would like to invite Rotarian Dr. Ernest Chen to provide us some valuable feedback for today's performance. So Dr. Ernest, please.
Excuse me. Actually, my feedback can come after the judging, not at the influence the judges.
Okay.
Sure.
Sorry? My feedback should come after the judging. Because when I give the feedback, it can influence your decision. It's not like they should not be here. Because I can influence your decision, which is not fair.
So we should leave the room now.
Okay, you wanna go for it?
Yeah.
They're gonna have some time.
No, when they go out, then Ernest will show. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, all right, everyone. We are going to do some reorganization before we invite up Dr. Ernest Chen once again. But hope that all of you had an amazing time today, because today we have certainly listened to so many amazing speeches which has really tugged our heartstrings, touched our souls, and really opened our eyes to a lot of beautiful perspective. So right now, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Ernest Chen.
You want me to stand here or stand there?
Yeah.
Stand here. Yeah. Stand here, they cannot see me well. It doesn't matter. No need to. Live streaming, not so important. I think the contestants are more important. My dear contestants, I'd like to congratulate your coach, whoever he is or she is. But the coach also has a stereotype of teaching. I think I should use, firstly, your strength, the commendation, and recommendation. So there are three parts. What are your strengths? Let me give you a general sum up first, because many of you have the same type of stance. Stance is a very important part, because first impression is the lasting impression. The moment you walk up here, your stand. They call it power stance. See, this is called the power stance. But sometimes you cannot be too stiff. Couple of you is a little bit stiff, but I like it because it won't distract the audience attention by dancing here and there and all those things. because of the camera, it stopped you of dancing, stopped you of running away. So because of that, then you sort of stand still here and light up, rock. Not so good, but acceptable. One or two of you use a little bit of flexibility. Right? Not too bad. Not dancing, not cha-cha-cha, no those things. But it's acceptable, relax. But majority of you stand still like a rock. This is called power stand. And then this is even better still. A little bit. That is a good stance. Hand gesture. I think about 4 of you demonstrate very good hand gesture. So when you use the stand, at the same time, you have to use your hand. 1 or 2 of you, I don't know why, maybe I have to cover something, I don't know, putting here this way, all the way. But I suggest that the hand. Your head must turn. I've yet to see 1 of you looking at me. All of you looking this side. Maybe the judges are here, I don't know. But the really, the head just don't move. Head had to turn. It's all right. The camera will still look at you. Turn here, turn there. Hand is to gesturing. You can stop a while, Don't need that. I must congratulate stand and hand gesture. Well done. The greatest strength that you have demonstrated, they are your voices. 3 of you can raise your voices to the high crescendo, and then fast, slow. That is the control your voice, fantastic. That must congratulate the coach. But then, of course, not everybody have a strong, powerful voices. If you do not have it, you still can moderate your voice. Try your best. Isn't it? Couple of ladies are very good voice. Couple of ladies are a little bit of weak voice, but doesn't matter as long as you change. 2 of you very good at the end because you are really fighting for whatever you believe in it. You go hey, and then you stop. It's fantastic, moderating your voice, which is good. I think that is the greatest strength of all your speeches. Raise your voice, raise your crescendo, stop and go fast. Especially when you advocate for a cause. Isn't it? So you must hit, like Winston Churchill, fight until the end. Because that is the way to advocate the cause. So what are the things for you to remember is that never mention your name. Because the MC already introduced you, you don't have to mention your name. It's only the MC when he himself come up, nobody introduced him, then you start with the 2 sentences and say, my name is Ernest Chan, you're MC for the day. Right. Isn't it? But somebody already mentioned, 1 of you even mentioned 2 times, I'm so-and-so, I'm so-and-so. It doesn't matter that I'm going to give you a few more points there from the judges, right? No point, no use. Because we know you, we know your topic, we know who you are. So no, don't mention that. All right, this is the weaker point of it. And of course, I mentioned now eye contact has to improve, turning your head. And when you turn, you stop a while, gesture a little bit. You turn here, gesture. I know 1 or 2 of you, because you have too much fear, you start halfway. And 1 of you run out of breath, But doesn't matter. This is the learning curve, right? The learning point. I think you're too much already, Your left hand will be behind your right. I thought it's your acting. Must be at least 6-7 times. Never mind. This is you learn. Next time, don't do that. And I don't know why your hand must be at the back and this hand doing this next. And then you raise your leg like a little bit. Now, this is sometimes I call it the behavior syndrome. You have this behavior, you were not aware you were doing it. Now, let me go through one by one, 7 of you, just roughly. Contestant number 1, I would call it probably a quite good stand, good gesture, very strong and powerful voice. And then you use anaphora. We, you see, like we can fight on the street, we can fight on the road, we will never surrender. You see, we, anaphora, which is very powerful way, hitting on it. But what you can improve on, your eye contact. Many of you do not use the power of pause. See, power of pauses are very important because you interrupt the audience. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what the country can do for you. Ask what you can do for the country. See, the pauses are there. You get the power. So you should have that, the pauses. And of course, the first one also introduced, who is the first one? You also introduce yourself, but your voice is very powerful. Very, very powerful, I must say that. Number 2. Number 2, a lady or man? Number 2. All right. I think you MLA number 1. 2 of you very similar. I said that one is bigger and you are quite small size. That is only different. But I like you because you echo your title a few times. See, title have to echo again and again. Mental health stability. Mental health stability is very important. You have that very powerful voice too. Very good. The only thing, as I say, improve your eye contact and look around. Number 3, Radin, who? All right, a lady, very petite young lady. Your hand gesture, your stand, not too bad. Quite okay, acceptable. Good. And you have very good crescendo vocal variety. You know, at the end, I don't know why, suddenly, wow, very powerful in a way, advocating those things fast and slow and with your voice going up and down. That is the power. But then you mentioned my name is Radin, don't use that. Don't use that. Your eye contact, your postures can improve on. And of course, at the end, suddenly you got stuck, isn't it? That is the fear. Never mind, this is quite common. Number 4, driven. I will consider you so far the best speakers. I don't know. This is only my own version of it because your stand was very good. And then you know why you're so good? Because not only you're just stand you there, but you're flexible. Understand? Show that you're not tied down anything. You could look. But then you did not really look here, but then a little bit relaxing, which is good, Your voice also very good. You have a lot of anaphora, we are, and all those things. The only way is improve your eye contact and turn your head. Number 5. Number 5, I think you're very nervous. Number 5, very nervous. A lot of things you get. My name is Christopher. You start my name, then you end it again. I'm a Mr. Christopher again. In case you're so good that the judges forget that who you are, isn't it? So you repeat again. Doesn't matter in case sometimes the judges can forget. So, and I don't know why your hand, probably you were not aware. Never mind. Now I make you aware. Remember that. I think you spoke a little bit too fast because you're trying to finish the speech so you go back to your comfort zone. That is very natural. Very, very natural. And somehow or other, your voice also a little bit weak, monotone, Because when you have the fear, you want to get back to your comfort zone. That is quite natural. Improve, continue to improve. Number 6. See, the good thing about number 6 is that you're very focused. Even though you say my name is Reese, but this one I forgive you. Why? Because your title is My Story, My Inclusion. See, you have to tell your name. That is the only one I accepted my name is. And you recall about the eczema sufferers. Very well storytelling about your suffering, and you call for compassion from the audience. It's a fantastic. Well. But the only thing is, you're very still, one side, never even change your head, you know, like you're being strangled. Don't move. Okay. Remember that, huh? Turn around a little bit. I know the fear got you because you don't know what to do. And your hand gesture are not moving that much. And the last speaker, I like the topic because stereotyping. You were really advocating stereotyping. Fight for the cause all the way. And you mentioned it beginning, you mentioned it at the end. You have very good vocal variety, even though but then your animation is good. You're very good in your animation, fantastic. But some other, never mind of that. Of course, you mentioned I'm waiting, all those things, and then your hand gesture, one hand back, one hand front. So these are a few things. Be aware of it. Continue to improve. I believe that one day you'll conquer the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ernest Chen, for your really insightful feedback. And I'm sure we have all learned so much from his feedback itself. All right, right now, I would love to invite our organizing chair of World Speech Day, PP Ching Kok Wing, to share with us some words of wisdom.
He's that young, you know, got wisdom.
Like Ernest Chen, I must congratulate the Rotaract for doing such a fantastic job in Rotaract Showcase. And I must say, over the years, World Speech Day, we have had contests. And today's contest is the best standard, the highest standard I've ever seen. Wow. And I hope next year you will do even better than that.
Yes.
Is that a promise that we are going to have it again next year?
Yes.
Say yes.
Woo, yeah.
Okay, I think everybody has a good time, and I will not bore you with long speeches. And it is now my pleasure to invite the Chief Judge to announce the results, and I invite the DG to present the trophies.
DG would like to speak some words first.
Maybe after.
Okay.
Okay,
Switch back to us. Switch back to us. Switch back to us.
You.
Yeah. All right. So right now we would love to invite our District Governor Raja Mohan Munisamy as well as our Chief Judge Tan Mei Yen to give out the trophies for today's contest. Yes, that's right.
Present the award.
Yeah. Okay, this is the much awaited moment by all the contestants. Are you anxious to know the results?
Yes!
Yes, I'm sure you are. But I must say, all of you have done very well. And I'm sure you have been very well coached and prepared by your teacher. And I must congratulate the teacher in charge for all the hard work and efforts put in to groom these budding speakers. And they're very good. Now, the second runner-up is Obinal Krishna Dia Martinez. Would you like like to just stand here first?
Okay.
Right.
Then
we will have a group photograph together later. First runner-up, Esparto Reese Maricel Pineda. And our champion for the contest. Any guess? Wonderful. Everyone acknowledges him as the champion. All right. Our champion tonight is Javen Francis O'Hara. Well, come forward and have a group photograph with all of you.
All right, so right now they will be having their
Taking-
group photographs. Yes.
And just one last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, great.
Thank you. And now Gigi would like to say a few words. Yeah.
All right, so right now we would like to invite our DG Raja Mohan to say a few words for this contest.
I'm not Toastmaster trained, so Dr. Ernest, don't. Organizing Chair, past President Ching Kwok Ming, dignitaries from Toastmasters, Assistant Governor Richard Ong, DRR Chief Taiwan, DRRE Divagan, fellow Rotarians, Protractors, Toastmasters, and honored guests. Good evening to all. I would like to thank CP Chuban Singh in inviting me to say a few words in this Rotary showcase, or Rotary showcase. Yeah, right. My heartfelt gratitude to the World Speech Day Committee under the guidance of CP Chuban Singh and his team for working tirelessly in planning and organizing this World Speech Day. I understand that the World Speech Day Singapore at its beginning on 15th March 2016 at YMCA of Singapore. I'm also glad to know that Rotary E-Club has been instrumental in the success since the very beginning, where we had Rotary Hour and involvement of Rotractors from IT College East. Today, World Speech Day Singapore is in its 6th year. Thanks to organizing chair PP Ching Kwok Wing, you had invited Rotractors from District 3310 to co-organize the event as part of Elevate Rotract. You can see all the good work that Rotractors are doing. Well done. I'm pleased to see the involvement of DRR Chiu Taiwan and DRRE Bagaran, amongst many others. At midnight on 30th of June 2020, Rotractors rang in the new Rotary year by celebrating Rotract's ongoing evolution, including the expansion of Rotary membership to include Rotract clubs. This change is in line with the 4 strategic priorities of Rotary International's action plan. Rotary International envisaged that youths are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but are the drivers of change today. Young people today enjoy service and want to be active in it. We see this in Rotract. We are all part of Rotary International. Rotractors will now decide what kind of Rotary experience works best for them. In our district, we have taken the view that even though Rotract has been Rotary's partners for a long time, we should enhance the partnership and continue to serve our communities together with different strengths Rotarians and Rotractors have. I would like to express my gratitude to Rotary E-Club of 3310 and CP Chuban Singh and his team for continuously engaging the Rotractors. They've done so much voluntarily without the intervention of district or myself to promote the new policies of Elevate Rotract. We have seen many forums and talks organized by Rotary E-Club under the leadership of Chiwan Singh. Being a past district governor, Toastmaster International, CP Chiwan Singh was the right man in Rotary when in 2019, Rotary formed a strategic alliance with Toastmasters International to promote this alliance. He has done just that with flying colors with his competent team from his club, where many of them are Toastmasters. As part of this collaboration, Toastmasters has developed a structured curriculum of communication and leadership courses for Rotarians and Rotractors. The 8 online courses are available in the Rotary Learning Center. I congratulate all and appreciate the courage and confidence of the 7 Rotrac World Speech Day speakers and the 7 speech contestants from ITE College. In my opinion, all of you are winners, and also my congratulations to the winners of the speech contest and the Youth Leadership Awards. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you so much, District Governor Raja Mohan. May I invite you once again out on stage because we still have one more category of awards to give out for today. And today, we will still have the Leadership Awards for Outstanding Performance in this event itself. So now I would love to invite our organizing chair once again, PP Ching, to give out this award.
As the organizing chair for World Speech Day Singapore 2021, we have decided to give away a Youth Leadership Award to 3 outstanding Rotaractors who worked so hard to make today's World Speech Day Singapore 2021 a success. And I guess you probably know who the 3 Musketeers are.
3 more. How come so?
Well, we all work very hard, but we need leadership. And these 3, clearly to me, are leaders. So the first award goes to Rotaractor Shin Jae-won. And the second award goes to DRRE Divagaran. And finally, the last award goes to DRR Chiu Taiwan.
Wow!
And the group photo first.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Where is it?
Come on. Zoro.
Zuru.
Yes, because it was on Facebook.
Oh, yeah. On Facebook, very much.
Thank you. And now, I would like to present a gift to thank our guest of honor, DG Raja Mohan. And this is our World Speech Day
T-shirt.
T-shirt.
Wow, photo shirt. So next year you can wear this thing
Yeah. So I hope we all have a good time. We all enjoy ourselves. And for the audience out there, I hope you enjoy this show that we have put up. And we'll see you again next year, 15 March 2022. World Speech Day Singapore.
Yes. Same time, perhaps different place.
Yeah, so thank you all again and stay tuned for the next World Speech Day.
Yeah.
Bye.